sure, play your list. And of course, I played my list, and for the next 6 hours, I listened to the songs. And when the journey ended after 6-7 hours, he said, मुझे ज़्यादा तो समझ नहीं आई, इंग्लिश में थे, लेकिन आपने गाने बहुत अच्छे लगाए थे, आपने गाने बहुत अच्छे चुने थे. And in that 1 second, he gave me a Grammy of song selection. You know, it made me feel really happy. So I was thinking later on, what is it that made me feel so happy? Had I been in an Uber or an Ola, would I have been equally happy? I would have said, "Bhai, wo sab to theek hai, aap time se aa jaya karo pehle." So I think the key point here is, if we are building a ladder of experience, it's very important to focus on the key fundamental experience, keep on building on it to ensure that customers keep on getting more value. An organization that we all have probably interacted with is Apple. And time and again, I've heard about this, and I'm sure you have also. Steve Jobs has always said, treat the customer as your ultimate God. And if you want to make your ultimate God happy, work really hard. And he also said, our God does not know what he wants. So we have to divide our God into different customer personas and perfect each service experience. And today we know how Apple is the most valuable company in the world. They focus on the design, the development, the retail of each and every aspect. So the second key point is, so all of you do, but treat your customer as a God and try and work backwards to create the experience that you want for that particular customer. In terms of hard work, a lot of us have probably seen this, this person, Seinfeld, Jerry Seinfeld, who is a very big global comedian and probably the richest global comedian in the world today. Recently, I was reading an interview by Jerry Seinfeld. He said, even today, I sit down every morning at 7 o'clock and keep on writing down how my experience should come to the customer. Till the time I'm perfect, I do not get up from my chair. And I think, and if you've seen Jerry Seinfeld, you've seen that he delivers each line with a punch. That's the experience that even all of us work very hard, all of you work very hard. Try and ensure that all your teams get that experience down till the last second to ensure that the customers are always very excited and very happy. You know, as all of us have grown up, we have come across this company called Intel. Do you recall the laptop which used to say Intel inside? Now if you see our phones, does it carry Intel inside, or our tablets? It doesn't. That's because Intel's CEO then, Andy Grove, he used to say only the paranoid survive who do not give the right experience. And they did very well in that. But you know, one thing didn't happen for them. They did not see where the customer is migrating. They did not see that the customer is migrating towards mobiles, where the customer is migrating towards graphics and movies. And that's where they lost to companies like Visteon and AMD. So it's very important as a service organization, as a customer service organization, you may be very good in providing experiences, but please ensure that you keep on elevating yourself and migrating to where your customer is. I'm sure all of you watch James Bond, right? As a movie. One of my favorite James Bond used to be this guy called Sean Connery. You know, I personally think he was the best James Bond. At some point in time, Sean Connery said, I'm getting fatter, I'm getting older, I'm getting balder. I can't provide a James Bond experience. So he re-changed himself. And in every movie, he provided the same thrill, but not just as a James Bond. I mean, we see so many actors who still carry on believing they are 30-year-old and 20-year-old actors. But the fact is, as a service organization, it's very important to do a reality check. Know, are you in your organization actually in the right place for the customer? Do you need to change? Do you need to evolve? And that's a very key thing for being a very good customer service organization. The next principle I think is very important. I was recently reading in Time. We have seen these movies, Disney's, Iron Man, Captain America. These are movies from Marvel. So Time came up with a very strong story. They said, Marvel has lost its magic. I'm sure all of you have seen from the time we first started seeing these superhero movies. Today we are not so excited. That's because a lot of the characters have changed. They've killed some of their characters, a lot of the actors have gone away. So now they lost that opportunity, and that's because they try to over milk the franchise. And that's a key principle as a service organization. Don't try to over milk the experience. And you know what happened? I'm sure some of you who watch Amazon, have you seen this? Have you seen this franchise called The Boys? Or they leveraged upon Marvel losing its market share, and they came in to create an anti-superhero and provide a completely new experience. So it's very important not to overmilk the experience, but at the same time, also see, is there an opportunity for you to step in and create a different experience altogether? You know, ironically, sometimes when I'm going through Facebook and all, I used to see these photographs of crocodiles and a bird sitting inside the crocodile's mouth. I don't wonder what's happening. Why doesn't the crocodile eat the bird? And then I researched into it and saw that this bird is called the crocodile bird. When the crocodile is eaten, the bird would sit and pick out from between the teeth of the crocodile all the meat particles. Till the time the crocodile's all meat particles are gone. So the crocodile is happy, no meat, all teeth are clean. The bird is happy, it's got food. So the key principle here is
Right, this is a call for Mr. Hadigalage Chalakadev Gajabahu, Chairman, Sri Lanka Tourism Promotion Bureau. If he's out there, if he can be sent inside, it'll be great. The gentleman from the Sri Lanka Tourism Promotion Bureau. All right, so let's let him come at his own pace. We'll begin the session without further ado. Very simple. Luxury in leisure is the name of this session. The only thing is that what is luxury is changing and evolving as we talk about luxury, especially in the post-pandemic world. I always say that the days of cookie-cutter five-star hotels are over and done with. You know, as far as real luxury is concerned, it's all about individualized, customized experiences and curated experiences and curated stays and accommodations. So, with that in mind, with the changing nature of luxury in mind, let's begin this conversation. The question I want to begin by asking you is this. Talk to us about the fact that even the classic five-star hotels, they're changing and evolving the way they're doing leisure and business in India, be it hosting Indian customers or customers from across the world. So much has changed. Even the greatest of five-star chains are now going for customized experiences and the kind of properties that they're doing, and the variety they're able to offer. Talk to us. What does India at this stage offer that most other countries don't? In terms of the way we host tourists and people who travel to India.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I made a cheat sheet. I'm going to flip it around a little bit. I'm going to do an audience poll. Okay, so you please raise your hands if you wish. And this is about what is luxury. So I'm going to take your question a little bit ahead. I'm sorry I'm stealing the thunder here.
No problem.
So how many of us in the audience, sorry, I just scribbled, it's not very long, it's very quick, okay, so it's not going to be a 20-minute speech. How many of us in the audience think luxury is a product? Can I just have a show of hands? Okay, one, we've got one there. How many of us think that luxury is an experience? Okay, great. The last piece of that is, how many of us think that luxury is an emotion? Okay, that's a lot, right? So I think the answer to your question there is the branded hotel chains, many of us. And I think a lot of us already knew all along the way. A lot of us have started realizing now more and more that luxury is an emotion. Someone said, and it's actually one of my colleagues, I always steal his words because I love them so much. He says, it's not about what you say. We're talking about guests here, so this is the head of our guest experiences team. He says, it's not about what you say to a guest. Ultimately, what they remember, when they look back several months after they visited a hotel, it's not what you say to them, it's not what you do. Ultimately, it's how you make them feel. So that's the emotion that they carry with them. So the long answer to your question, and I'm sorry I'm going David Beckham style, I like doing that, because I think it's a deep question and requires a long conversation. But I think the hotel brands more and more have started feeling that luxury is an emotion, and that's how we have started approaching the subject. So I represent Radisson Hotel Group. We are about 115 hotels operating in India. We have about 80 in the pipeline. We have a hotel every 4 hours across the length and breadth of the country, and it's one of the most recalled brands. And our emotion is, of course, we are also entering into the luxury segment with Radisson Collection. Right. And it is going to be a sector where we are going to ensure that a guest feels right, because that's what luxury is about. Thank you.
Right, and that means that Radisson India is ahead of the curve when it comes to making sure the customers feel right. That's a good thing to know. A global hotel chain is being able to innovate better in India. Hearty to know that. Mr. Mushalam Qureshi, when you talk about India, India's outbound tourism, is a matter of huge interest for everybody across the world as India emerges as one of the largest tourist groups. When Indians travel, usually it's like a bunch of Chinese out there or a bunch of Spaniards out there traveling all the time. Now we have a bunch of Indians traveling out. Talk to us about what Saudi as a destination offers India and what does Indian market mean for Saudi?
Thank you, Krishna, for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. When we were talking about the numbers, I just had this recall back 4 or 6 months ago when we were here again during SATE. That's when we doubled down on numbers for India. So speaking on the importance of the Indian traveler for Saudi Arabia, last year we hosted more than 1 million Indians to the country, covering all of these segments, whether it's leisure, whether it's VFR, whether it's business, and of course Umrah. This year our target was to double down those numbers from India, so we're looking at 2 million Indian visitors coming to Saudi Arabia. And our vision for 2030 is that India is going to be the #1 key source market for Saudi Arabia. Indians will be contributing up to 7.5 million travelers annually by 2030. So that makes India #1 key source market for Saudi Arabia. Now, making it a #1 key source market, what does it tell us? It tells us that we have to activate every single segment an Indian traveler wants. And we have noticed rapidly that there's an incremental increase in the leisure segment from India. Either it's spent, or it's the hotel requirements, or it's the niche products the Indian traveler is looking when he's coming to Saudi or traveling to any destination.
Luxury travel, if I were to ask, in between all of that?
Pardon me?
Luxury travel, because
No.
most Indian luxury travel, when they go that direction,
Yes.
it goes to the UAE. So I'm wondering, what is happening with Saudi?
Now, with luxury, as part of our Vision 2030, we have multiple projects which are lined up. A big piece of it falls into the luxury. We just had an opening of the first phase of Red Sea Global almost 2 weeks ago, with the first phase opening of Six Senses and the Najuma Ritz-Carlton Reserve. By the end of the year, we'll be having close to 1,000 plus keys, and by end of 2024, just the Red Sea Global is going to provide you with 3,000 luxury key room nights and hosting the entire world there. Now that's only Red Sea Global. Then we have Diriyah, which was opened last year, the founding place of Saudi Arabia. Now Diriyah, you have more than 20 hotels coming in, from your Ritz-Carlton Reserves to your Armanis to your Cavallis. They've been using Saudi recently in their launches. I was very excited to see the launch of Dior in India, but just before that we had the launch of Roberto Cavalli and Fendi and Dior happening, and Cartier happening in Saudi Arabia. So that luxury segment is not just being activated by giving the travelers the experiences of hotels and activities, but also to engage and indulge them with the experiences. Now, if you're not able to attend Cannes Film Festival, you can come and attend Red Sea Film Festival. Now, if you can't attend the Paris Fashion Week, you can come and attend the Riyadh Fashion Week. So we are touching and attracting every segment when it comes to the luxury traveling. Not just into the activities and hotels, but also into the experiences. Today, Al-Ula is running with 850 room nights. Al-Ula is all about luxury, from the time you land till the time you depart. Whether it's your experiences in the hotels, whether it's your experiences in the middle of the desert, looking at and having the stargazing, whether attending the largest musical rave within Al-Ula, this all is, we call it end-to-end luxury experience. So luxury plays a very big segment. It plays that big segment that people in the market are saying, oh, Saudi is only a luxury destination. It is not. But yes, it plays a very big role into it. We are even launching our own boutique hotels called the Boutique, which is basically transforming the palaces and the royal palaces into a luxury boutique hotel to give you a Saudi authentic experience. So luxury is in our DNA.
I'm cancelling my tickets to UAE the next time.
You
Next time it's going to be changing the destination to
You definitely have to
Saudi.
be there. You definitely have to be in Saudi, yes. So that's luxury in a nutshell for Saudi. That doesn't mean that we're not focusing or investing heavily on our different segments. But yes, being here, sitting here today and talking specifically about luxury, I think the language here is spoken that way. I was just meeting one of my favorite agents today morning, and she was asking me about what's happening with Polo this year. So we're doubling down the investment on Polo. We're even attracting and trying to work on something that could actually bring both the cultures, the royal culture of India and the royal culture of the Arabia, into the country and host a friendly golf polo match. So it's just the start in the ocean, and you will be seeing more of Saudi and the luxury experiences coming into it.
Fascinating. I can't. First of all, I was taken aback by the list of brands you mentioned in the first list. I could not keep track with that. And then all the experiences. Experiences are what is all about. We have another very important destination like Sri Lanka on the panel. We will talk about that. But before we get to the destination, little did we know that even before we get to destination, there can be luxury in the way you get to that destination. Luxury in the most unlikely of things, in the most unglamorous of things. Like all the documentation you have to do before you go abroad. So, VFS, in that sense, is doing something very interesting. It's luxuriating even that experience, isn't it?
Yeah. Thanks for the question, and thanks, Jyoti, for the invitation. I think we heard just a while ago, luxury clearly is an emotion that, you rightly shared. What is potentially luxury to some is potentially something quite mundane to the others. VFS sits in a very unique position. It's almost the first point of entry or the impression of a destination when you actually go and apply for the visa. Very proud to say that VFS was established in India in 2001 and now is a global business present in 145 countries and represents 70 governments across the globe. And the objective is really to simplify a more complex visa application process, not just for the applicant and the traveler, but also for the local missions and the government as well. Applying for a visa, as we know, is quite a daunting process for some. You've got to complete lengthy visa application forms. You've got to ensure that all your documentation is in order. Your documentation is accurate because obviously it has a direct impact on the decision of you getting the visa. Over time, we've seen that customers need assistance with various parts of the visa application process. And we've brought in various value-added services, as we call them, to kind of alleviate all of the anxiety that individuals go through at the visa application centers. One of the things that's become more popular more recently is what we call a product that we call Visa at Your Doorstep, which enables us to come to the home or the office of the applicant rather than them coming into the visa application center. We bring in a biometrics kit that completes the entire process at their convenience, right? Becoming very, very popular across the globe and has really picked up over the last 2 years and really saves time for applicants. Some of the other things are things like offering a premium lounge where you come and have a more comfortable experience at the application center. If some of you all have been to the application center here in Delhi, we know that there are a large number of applicants by virtue of the size of the opportunity. India is clearly one of our largest markets. It's a visa-requiring country for most parts of the world, especially the West. So the premium lounge is quite popular. There are various other things like, for example, the ability for you to keep your passport when you apply for your visa for business travelers, and this is really available for the UK, so that you always have control over your travel document rather than it being with the visa application center for the entire duration. So there are various products like that that kind of simplify the application experience for customers that have now become really, really popular more recently.
Fascinating. So that's how the visa process becomes luxurious. I was there at the center recently, sir. And I have to say, very impressed with so many different counters, such organization in India. It's fascinating the way visa process, how far we've come and how much more we're going to go. I'm going to ask you the same question. We were meditating on the word luxury, sir. Where do you think it's evolving and where do you think it's going at this stage, especially when it comes to India and Indians are concerned?
So, luxury can be connoted in different manners. And me coming from the oldest luxurious brand in the country, we're celebrating 120 years. I think it's about giving you more than what you expect, going out of your way. Also, we focus a lot on anticipated service, intuitive service. And then, of course, the hardware is always given, right? So if somebody says we'll give you a luxurious setting in a luxury hotel, that's kind of done. That's critical and very, very limited to be there. In addition to that, I think as we are moving ahead, India is going through this luxurious revolution. And more people find more value in luxury hotels. Not that the mid-scale and the budget hotels don't have value, but we are seeing that the luxury market is expanding far faster. In fact, the CAGR of average rates that you get on the luxury market is much more. So that's what's kind of making international brands and Indian brands going up the ladder. So I think that's one of the key things. Coming back to our philosophy of luxury, as the Taj Group, we've been true custodian of luxury. When 120 years back, Jamshedji started Taj Mahal, Mumbai, he wanted to bring in a hotel which would have everything that India had never seen. And I think we have continued with that. We've always contributed to the India's best safaris when we opened Taj Safaris about 2 decades back. We today are the custodians of living legacies, which is almost 9 to 10 palaces which are restored, and we've been handling them. The oldest is 275-year-old, which is the Taj Lake Palace. So luxury is a definition of giving people something which they don't find. It's beyond ordinary. And the way you kind of take care of their 5 senses, I think that's very important. So our luxurious offerings are all towards making sure that you kind of manage the sensorial journey. And of course, go out of your bound to give them a bespoke experience. Because I think as we move ahead, people are ready to pay you 20, 30, sometimes 100% premium by the time you understand them. And then you could fly the moon from wherever it's required to be done. So I think that's where India would move towards.
Shooting for the moon as far as luxury is concerned. Before we go that far, there is Sri Lanka that's right next door. We were talking about more Indians wanting to go to Saudi, more Indians on the anvil. Saudi is getting ready to host more Indians. Sri Lanka should be getting ready to host more and more Indians as well, because so many have figured out what a destination with such short flight time that you can reach, and what luxurious experiences you can get in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. We have to look at Sri Lanka from a different perspective versus Saudi or Thailand or Indonesia for that matter. To start with, Jyoti, I made this statement at your Thai convention as well. Sri Lanka, India go back a long way, 2,500 years ago, even more, according to the Ramayana trail. Our naughty prince went there, and then one of your naughty princes came to us and made us King Vijaya. So our history goes a long way. You're our big brother. We are the next one. You're talking about domestic tourism in the morning. You're talking about 18 million, correct me if I'm wrong. Right. So why not Sri Lanka be part of it as well? And the luxury part can be part of that as well.
This is interesting, counting Sri Lanka as part of domestic tourism.
Exactly, because if you look at from New Delhi, it's only 3 hours, and from Chennai, it's only 45 minutes, 50 minutes. It's like this. And it's how you define luxury from a Sri Lankan perspective. I'm going to pitch it later as well with our new campaign, how we're going to come out with. How do you define luxury? Luxury for Sri Lankans are the cultural diversification. Whether you're Sinhalese, whether you're Hindu, whether you're Muslim, everything that we have to offer. And now, don't forget our 22 million warm hearts. We are a very hospitable nation. I think 500-600 of you experienced it a few months ago at the Thai convention. We are known for that. Of course, there can be 1 out of 100, have a negative connotation. But at the same time, we do look after our guests. Don't forget, during COVID, when tourists were stuck in Sri Lanka, when they couldn't get flights and they couldn't stay in hotels, actually our people at our homes kept them free of charge. That is the Sri Lankan culture. That's the Sri Lankan nature. Luxury, again, look at glamping in Sri Lanka. Where can you get a wild elephant and within 30 minutes go and look at the biggest whale in the world? That is Sri Lanka. That's why Steven Spielberg called it a studio. In 1983, when he shot Indiana Jones and the Temple of the Doom, Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, Harrison Ford spent over 40 days in Sri Lanka shooting Indiana Jones and the Temple of the Doom. He called it a studio. My brief for the agency this time to do the campaign was, we are an all-in-one capsule, minus the snow. Who needs the snow? Snow, you can get it in Europe if you want to, even in India. Of course, in India, you get all of this, but you have to get a domestic flight. But in Sri Lanka, it's a matter of a motorbike or a train ride. It's the most amazing experience, the 9 arches. Sri Lankan culture, Sri Lankan nature is a luxury itself. It is given by nature, given by God. It is not man-made. It is there. It's up for us to experience it. For example, go back to the World War. I don't know whether any of you know, this is also part of luxury tourism. We have only 150 shipwrecks. Don't forget, we were ruled by the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the British for almost 500 years. So the resources that we have, of course, we have the Taj, we have the Hilton, we have the Shangri-Las, we have the Radissons, we have all that. We just recently opened in the middle of Yala, a 5-star Hilton resort, which is going at high end. Going ahead with the concept of luxury tourism, we have a 2030 vision like Saudi as well, according to His Excellency the President and with the guidance of our minister. Our target for 2030 is 5 million. As you know, we went through COVID pandemic, then the economic crisis we had last year. Our best year was 2.3 million. In 2018. Now we are making a massive comeback. Already we have crossed the 1.1 million mark. This year's target is 1.5 million. And of course, India is number one. Always number one. India will be always number one. Thank you very much. I always call our big brother or big sister next door. So of course it has to be in hand together. So we are going to achieve that target. And I'm talking about the number 5 million. Out of the 5 million, we are going to be focusing on 2.5 million of the high-end market. But of course, the infrastructure also has to develop, going along to develop Sri Lanka as well. We've had many discussions in our road shows in India. Already we have done 9 states for the past 12 months in India, because we are putting our marketing budget, the biggest marketing budget also, into India, along with China and three other key European markets, which is UK, France, and Germany, which is our traditional markets. So India plays a huge role. Again, how do you define luxury? Yes, we have the assets. Yes, we have the culture. Yes, we have the nature. So all ticked off when it comes to Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Right. Wonderful, isn't it? India is number one, and all the things that's mentioned along with luxury, culture, nature, all those things intrinsic to India as well. It's a great note to wrap up this discussion. We've completely run out of time. I'm going to thank all the panelists for being with us. A huge round of applause for the panelists for this fascinating discussion. Thank you so much for listening. Requesting all the panelists to please stay on stage so that we can felicitate you.
Thank you, panelists. Can we please have Ms. Jyoti Mayal on stage and Mr. Chandraman Sharmani to come and felicitate the panelists? Thank you again. After disrupting the news broadcast industry by emerging as the #1 news network, TV9 network has created yet another benchmark by launching world's first news OTT, News9 Plus. News9 Plus caters to a very niche segment of audience like yours, people who want perspectives in the daily din of news, the upwardly mobile knowledge worker, the experience-seeking globetrotter. In short, we curate content for audiences like you. Our MD and CEO, Mr. Barun Das, strongly believes that News9 Plus is made for the discerning English news consumer like you, who are eyeing some out-of-the-box ideas that cut through the clutter. Let's listen into what inspired our MD and CEO to come up with this path-breaking idea. Can we have the AV, please?
We have made content out of news. I would not call it a change. I would call it metamorphosis. To my mind, this is a panacea for a lot of advertisers. The term is Genflix. The generation which is watching Netflix, they have cut the cord. Kodak.
Trust Kodak Gold Film.
BlackBerry.
Introduces the world's first touchscreen BlackBerry.
Blockbuster Video.
Blockbuster Video, the entertainment team.
What's the common connect? Yeah, you got it. They didn't change with changing times. I would not call it a change. I would call it metamorphosis. And if the world is changing, the world of entertainment media has changed, how could news remain the same? Which is where News9 Mediaverse comes in. Yes, that fills the gap. If you ask your colleagues, friends, that what is the most scarce resource that they have in their lives, I'm pretty much sure the answer would be time. Imagine that you have a platform where they have everything that they want. And on top of that, they can consume it when they want. News9 Plus is the world's first news OTT. News9 Plus is a world-class product. It is exclusive because of the perspective, analysis, deep diving that is done for every relevant issue that's happening around you. So there is everything for everyone. On top of that, they can consume it when they want. The UI UX is the best, at par with the best that the world has, and the content is again of global standard. Today, we realize that it is all about telling stories. If you don't tell stories, there is no taker. And News9 Plus is exactly what we've done with news. We have made content out of news.
India could have been another Beirut.
Unexploded ordnance, also known as UXOs, are live ticking bombs.
Duologue, I think I was coaxed into it by my colleagues. I still haven't understood that how I adopt spiritually. The way we choose the guest for Duologue is that people who are either legends or legends in the making, and third, who will have significant level of cerebral quotient.
Mr. Murthy, the seat of the chairperson and Infosys were built by a Kulkarni, not by a Murthy.
When you have like a end goal, do you know you can take any path to it?
Who is Lutyens Media?
It is a bunch of people.
What has Khan Market got to do about
Just
it?
the function of its location. There's nothing specific about it.
But it has gone off very well. The kind of guest that I had in season 1 could match the best. And the conversation, I tried to keep it very, very cerebral. You know what's best about News9 Mediaverse? News9 Plus Lounge.
Let the games begin.
Do we have lifelines?
Why leave it to chance?
Bring it on. You will love.
You know, it might sound a little radical, but I think traditional form of advertising will not exist in the digital ecosystem. Skipping an advertising is very, very convenient. So therefore, advertising will also have to be converted into content, brand stories.
On Connoisseur Conversations, spin the wheel, move your counter, take up a task, depending on your luck.
Imagine a world that an audience is not waiting for an ad break to get over, He's rather waiting for an ad to come because that's pure play content, which is also engaging and engrossing. To my mind, this is a panacea for a lot of advertisers. This is where advertisers will get return on their advertising investment, which they've never thought of. I mean, we coined the term. The term is Genflix, the generation which is watching Netflix. Age group between 25 to 55 is our core target audience. English-speaking, upwardly mobile audience who are also the early adopters. They have changed their content viewing pattern. They have cut the cord. If somebody wants to continue with his traditional viewing habit, where he wants to see streaming of news, that is available on News9 Live. That is also a tool for us to amplify every communication, including content and advertising, on the digital ecosystem. In News9 Live, you'll see innovative options of displaying your advertising, where we would contextualize your advertising. News9 Live will not have news anchors. We have news hosts. We are not going to have news programs and bulletins. We are going to have news shows. It's completely different. There'll be 3 major distribution channels for News9 Live. One is the connected TV ecosystem, which is about 20 million now, which is projected to be about 40 million in next 2 years. Then we would have the aggregators platform, where the OTT aggregation is fast replacing subscription-driven OTT model. And the third are the social platforms. The content will be produced and presented in a form which is tailor-made for the digital ecosystem.
We now have a very special presentation by Mr. Sridhar Kepurangan, Senior Director, Lead Cross-Border Payments, Visa.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and yeah, thank you. And it's lovely to be here. Thank you, Jyoti, for the invite. I'm just going to give you, Jyoti, when I spoke to her, she said, look, can you come, you guys get to see all the data of everything that's happening in the world, every single transaction, so why don't you come and tell us about what you're seeing in the space of tourism, especially both inbound and outbound tourism from India. We, of course, while we get to see this data, we don't look at it at a micro level. We tend to see aggregates, and in the short time that I have this presentation for, I'll try and share some insights to the industry. Again, most of you may have seen some of this in some form or experienced this. But very quickly, okay, that's my standard disclaimer. So when I say I'm from Visa, people are like, which country? Right? It's fascinating. It's very few people know because Visa as a consumer-facing brand, but I'm pretty sure all of you have at least 1 or 2 Visa cards in your pocket. I'd be surprised if you don't. So Visa is a back-end solution provider to a lot of cards and payment processing systems in the world. That's, of course, a few ads that we run and you must have seen at airports. And this one, for example, is at Maldives. The previous one was in Sri Lanka. And again, this one is in Maldives. We have a lot of engagements in India as well. So what is Visa, right? Often people say, how does Visa work? So I thought I'll take 2 minutes to share what we do. We are the world's leader in digital payments with a motive of uplifting everyone by being the best way to pay and be paid. We are present in more than 200 countries and territories, and we enable payments to merchants, by consumers to merchants, and government agencies, etc., and vice versa. We have about 4.1 billion user credentials worldwide. A user credential, if you have a card in your pocket, that's 1 user credential. If you have 2, that's 2. We have over 100 million merchants that accept Visa's card globally. And we do about 707. There's numbers from last year. We do a whole lot more than that every day across the globe. So when you swipe your card, how does the merchant know whether he can accept your card? So he pings Visa, Visa speaks to the issuer, let's say you have an HDFC bank card, the message goes to HDFC, HDFC determines if you have the credit limit or whatever, and then passes that back to us, and we pass that message back to the acquirer who holds the POS device, and ultimately the merchant says, look, customer, you can take your goods, I know you're good for your payment. So that's, in a nutshell, what Visa does, right? So what's our engagement with tourism, right? Now, obviously, we tend to see a lot of transactional data that most of you do not. We speak to a lot of tourism boards who say that they know about tourists who are visiting the country, but that's about it. They know when a person gets into the country, they line up at immigration, they say they're going to stay here for 2 weeks. What do they do after that? Very few tourism boards have a sense of what really happens after that. And given that we tend to see transaction data, we get to see card swipes, we get to actually spot trends very early on. So I was at a conference where people were talking of data from 2020, 2021, and I looked at them and I said, I have data as of yesterday, right? So that's how potentially the power of the data that we are looking at. So we did run a tourism report with ENY. You can email me and I'll happy to send you a free copy of this report. Key callouts are, and I think the iconic experiences show is a good place to say this again. After COVID, there's been what's been a values reset. People are moving from a purchase economy into a more experience economy, and travel is often seen as a big part of that experience. People now want to enjoy life, enjoy today, and not, save for something down the line. And you'll start to see, savings rates, etc., start to come down as people become more active spenders. We've also seen tourists both coming to India as well as the young tourists typically wanting to go out, looking at cultural experiences and environmental well-being as a force for good, which highlights, what you must have been hearing about sustainability in this space. And ultimately digital, right? Again, you've seen a lot of this, again, both as travel agencies and otherwise. People are adopting digital, so you've got to have a digital first experience for the customer. When I told you that Visa supports various tourism boards across the globe, we are able to provide very, very actionable insight for policy making, for marketing, for a whole bunch of things. The gentleman, for example, from one of the tourism boards did say that they were doing road shows in India. So we can literally help you tell where your customers are coming from India and what season are they traveling. Potentially we can work with our issuer banks to also let you know what are the demographics of this customer. So you can target the customer in the right way. Given that we all have limited marketing budgets, we want to put it in front of people who are more likely to come. And I think there's a great way to do that. So we can help with visitor profiling. We can help with when a visitor comes into India, what are their merchant category preferences? And I'll come to that in a bit. How do they pay? How do they withdraw money? What are the, do they use contactless? And typically, therefore, what is the growth and evolution that we're seeing in tourism in a city, in a state, in a country, etc. So this is illustrative, but this is a sample of a report that we share with tourism boards that we work with on who's coming in, what are your top 10 visitor profiles, which country and what's their spend, and typically how many transactions they do when they're inside, etc. Again, very useful data for policy making. What you'll see here is interesting because one of the tourism boards said, hey, we know, of course, we'd like to understand who's coming in, but we have certain benchmark destinations that we compete against. So we are a beach destination. Can you tell us for a similar beach destination, what is the profile of customer, who's going to that destination? So when I need to run my road show and I need to pitch the beach, who do I go and talk to, right? Which country do I go and have my road show in? So if there is a destination X and the closest competitor is destination Y, it doesn't have to be closest. Let's say it's the #1 competitor. I would love to know who's going there and when, and so I can curate my marketing and outreach accordingly. And more importantly, once people visit, so for example, this is fairly illustrative, so this is not real data. But let's say someone from Italy is visiting me, but visiting the other destination, and they seem to be spending a lot more on apparel and accessories. Is that because I do not have enough in terms of apparel? Or, they're spending more in lodging here versus some other place. So is that an opportunity for me to grow my formal lodging, to increase, or for, one of the hoteliers was looking at this data and said, wow, this is useful. So are you saying that I need to pitch in hotel shopping to my British customers because they're more likely to buy, and that's really what they are looking at when they travel. So again, loads of insight that you can draw from this within the industry. We did run a global travel intentions study. This is a paid report which is available. So again, you feel free to reach out to us and we'll help you with it. But some key insights here, again, so India's appeal, as you all know, has largely been, and this is what we're hearing from our customers as well, who we've surveyed, inbound customers into India. The appeal is food, affordability, and familiarity. Again, to each customer, it's different. So someone visiting from Europe loves to look at local food and dining options. Someone visiting from UAE is saying, I'd probably like to spend elsewhere, but not so much on lodging. And North American travelers prefer familiarity with destinations, so they're probably more likely to visit. Once they visited, they're more likely to visit again. Yeah, and it says so, right? 50% of travelers to India have expressed their intention. They've loved it. They figure they've not seen enough. They've just probably seen a small fraction of what India has to offer, and have said that they would love to come back to India. It's great news for us. Right, the traveler's journey, again, today about 38% of them prefer some form of packages, 62% book independently, but I think going forward, as the previous speaker said, people, the moment they have the money, they're willing to outsource things to a professional, and I think we'll see that trend with people wanting tailored experiences as the preferred way to travel. So again, top activities, dining, shopping, activities, and some local transport, with significant interest in eco-sustainable travel, which is great to see. For example, in this hotel, we've done away with the plastic bottles, but it's not just plastic bottles, it's about supporting local businesses and being eco-aware. So one thing we've also noticed, and this is something that you probably hear from your customers, is that especially people coming into India prefer to keep it cashless. They are not going to go to the hassle of money changers and changing notes, and a lot of them also find exchanging currency very unhealthy, etc., and not safe post-COVID. So card payments is key, and we encourage you to drive greater acceptance of cards in locations, especially if you want to cater to the luxury traveler. The outbound study shows something different. Of course, India, and this was during the, during the pandemic, just as the pandemic was finishing off, we ran a survey across all of Asia, and it showed India as the #1 country which said, we want to travel abroad. We looked at the data and we were like, are we really sure? Because, in all of Asia, there are so many countries, there are people who can afford foreign travel a lot more. But India is shown as #1, and surprisingly, when the data started coming out post-COVID, we were the #1 in terms of travel bounce back across AP. And I think there are clearly a lot of key motivations to travel. There's a wanderlust. Largely travel is for relaxation and exploring something new, and a lot of interest in adventure and shopping. Hygiene and cleanliness, I've already mentioned. I think we know this. Interestingly, even Indian travelers are keen on being eco-savvy, especially the younger generation. So they look out consciously for how they can, avoid single-use plastic, use flights and that have less hops and therefore less and more carbon efficient. In terms of payments, again, there are a lot of folks, especially traveling to Europe, etc., that have payment concerns. There's the cost of currency conversion. Are they getting the best rates for the currency? Money changers, handling local notes, and carrying cash. And I think, again, here, I'd love to mention a point. The Reserve Bank of India actually instituted certain measures where you have to physically enable your card or using your app or mobile banking or call your bank to enable your enable your card for international travel. Interestingly, while that might be seen as a feature that's got slight friction in it, it's an amazing feature because once you're abroad, you can switch on and off your card at the tap of a button, and not many countries have this ability, and I think we must celebrate this. It's a security feature, but it makes cards that much more efficient and safe to use. So I'd urge you to do that, and please do tell people because not many people are aware of this. So like I said, Indians have this unstoppable wanderlust. 8 in 10 of them are saying that irrespective of rising travel costs, and we are seeing that number of transactions are coming down, but the transaction value is going up. So clearly people are saying, look, forget it, I want to spend, I want to go, I don't care too much about whether it's costing me that additional 20 or 30%. That's clearly showing up in our data. People are also saying that they want to do at least 3 leisure trips in the next 12 months, which again is great news for us. So quickly coming to the end of this, I said we work with tourism boards, a bunch of engagement opportunities that Visa has. Visa typically works with all banks in India and globally, but specifically we work with tourism boards as partners on data insight to drive policy and other interventions. We are happy to work with specific boards again and saying, how do I drive increased merchant card acceptance? So one of the countries we're working with, they really wanted to move their, enable the local service providers to offer accommodation, etc. So we worked with a bank there to help provide them with card acceptance online. We also do co-marketing destinations, as we did recently with Singapore Tourism Board, where we jointly put together merchant offers, and then Visa uses its marketing muscle. We have reach among all the banks to about 400 million customers. So we're able to put that message, and when the message goes out with offers, people start to sit up and take notice and want to travel to a destination, which gives them a host of offers, not only as they go in on the, for the flight, etc., but also at entertainment and other merchants at the destination. We also enable virtual card payments to suppliers, not directly, but through our partner banks. So if any of you have any issues making those cross-border virtual payments, feel free to reach out to me and I will kind of connect you with a bank. I think the travel industry especially uses a lot of this. Large OTAs use us and our partner banks for this. And of course, we work with medical tourism. It is in our interest to grow this space in India. So again, if anyone wants to have a conversation on that, happy to take that offline. Thank you. My details are there. Thanks.
Can we please felicitate the speaker? Can we please request you back on the stage, sir? Mr. Balbir, request you, Mr. Balbir Mayal, request you to please felicitate our speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's get up. Good afternoon. Let me just say, I hope you all are awake, not after that heavy lunch we've gone dozing off. I hope you are hearing what the speakers are saying, because I think it's going to make a lot of impression on our business, how we do it. So let's start off again. Thank you.
Can we please have some AVs before we proceed further? Thank you. We now start with the second round of Power Pitch by sponsors in TED Talk style. We start with Mr. Mishal Qureshi from Saudi Arabia.
I'm not doing a TED Talk style speech today. Namaste and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here today at TIES. Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you, TIES, for hosting and gathering us all today under one roof, talking about the luxury experiences and the beautiful destinations which can accommodate into this. So India feels like home to me. I think this is my gazillion time coming to India. I'm here almost every 2 months or a month and a half. It's a home to me. The warmth and the hospitality which I get from the Indians is exactly what we say hafawa in Saudi Arabia. It's the same warmth, it's the same hospitality, it's the same kindness which the Indian people usually give to the international travelers coming. And that shows the cultural attachment which India and Saudi Arabia has. So as I said earlier in the panel, India is a very important market for Saudi Arabia. It's a strategic market and the #1 key source market for Saudi Arabia. Last year, we welcomed 1 million Indian travelers from all segments. And this year, we have doubled down on numbers. Our targets have gone to 2 million Indian travelers coming to Saudi Arabia. As part of Vision 2030, India is going to cater to #1 source market for Saudi Arabia and making Saudi Arabia the #1 outbound market for India, with contributing to 7.5 million visitors by 2033, inshallah. We have opened 11 new offices across India, which are called Ta'shir, SVTS offices, powered by VFS, to ease in the process of the visa accessibility for the Indian travelers. Today, an Indian traveler who is willing and wishing to come to Saudi Arabia on leisure can go to Ta'shir's website and have an appointment in 11 different offices across India and can get his passports done within 48 hours. As well, a current Indian passport holder and having a valid Schengen or a US or a UK visa and used once is eligible for visa on arrival or even e-visa. Talking about e-visa, yes, we are working closely with both the governments to get the Indian onboarded as part of the e-visa nationalities and bring it to become a more easier process for Indians to come to Saudi Arabia for their leisure travelers. Again, in alignment with the Vision 2030, we have launched the 96 hours free transit visa for the Indians traveling on the Saudi national carrier or flying us. That is basically helping the Indians to move on the Sixth Freedom movement, which is basically moving from India to any part of the Western world using Saudi. That has took a very big jump from the Indian diaspora utilizing that, because that gave them an access even for Umrah and for leisure traveling for 96 hours within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And of course, with additional 1 night free, which is Saudi is providing for the Indian travelers across the year. We have curated packages, we have curated destinations that can show our commitment towards the Indian travelers and how we are Indian ready. We are every day, 365 days working on our infrastructures, developing on our infrastructures, understanding the Indian market and the traveler behavior to apply that in our segments, whether it's luxury, whether it's leisure, whether it's VFR, or even business travelers. Saudi has become as well one of the important markets for MICE, We have a full year calendar, 365 days of international events and exhibitions and conferences, which are happening from all around the world throughout the year in Saudi Arabia. That definitely is opening a big and a majority segment for the business travelers from India as well. And hence, we have eased up those processes in terms of the visa facilitation. Currently, we are going to launch our largest entertainment festival, which is called the Riyadh Season. We have been doing it since the past 4 years. It is the largest entertainment festival when it comes to entertainment industry. You're talking about 6 months of entertainment, more than 9,000 events in different 14 zones across Riyadh. In addition to the sports lover, we've been hosting international sport events, the World Cup tennis, the World Cup golf, Formula One, the Diriyah E, and as well the Middle Beast, which is the largest musical rave in the world. 72 hours non-stop music with more than 250 DJs from all around the world. Last year we had close to 1 million people attending Middle Beast in the 3 days. This year's target is even doubling down those numbers from across the world. So whatever it is, I can assure you that Saudi has it to offer. It's a year-round destination. It has opened its doors and its arms with entire love for the world, and we would love to come host you and show you our culture and what Saudi has to offer. So thank you very much again for hosting us. Thank you for having us. We will be available in our B2B sessions. So please come by, pass by, ask us whatever you want, whether it's on your perception, whether it's what Saudi has to offer in the upcoming time. We are there to answer your queries and looking forward to host you all again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Qureshi. That was very enlightening. Can we now have on stage Miss Neliswa Nakani, South African Tourism?
Namaste. Good evening. Or good afternoon. My name is Nelly Swankani. I'm the child of the African soil. I need to do the honorable thing, Miss Joyti. In my language, we say, Enkosi ndiyabulela nangomso. You see, Joyti, South Africa, for us, is a new country. We're turning 30. We're turning 30 next year. We're celebrating 30 years of bilateral relations next month. So why South Africa and why India? Our philosophy is about Ubuntu. Ubuntu means humanity. We have a saying in Africa that says, Umtu ngumtu ngabantu. Umtu ngumtu ngabantu. It means we are who we are because of others. But in this instance, we are who we are because of India. Why? You gave us Gandhi, we brought him back as Mahatma Gandhi. You were the same country that stood all over the world canvassing for the release of Nelson Mandela. He met your prime minister as one of the first prime ministers when he came out after serving 27 years in jail. Unconsciously, Mahatma Gandhi gave the social baton to Nelson Mandela, and they've never met, but they fought for the same philosophy. Why South Africa? We have over 3,000 adventure activities. Guess who's the biggest consumer of South African adventure activities? India. When you talk about an Indian traveler, they're not looking to suntan. They're not looking to have chai in South Africa. They have that here. They're looking to consume. And what is the impact? For those of you who don't know, we are a population of 57 million people. I'm a civil servant. 57 million people. You're a population of 1.4 billion people. 800 million of you own visas. We are getting just 100,000 visitors from here. Guess what's the impact? Tourism for us is not about opulence. Tourism for us is about life and death. For every single Indian traveler that comes to my country infuses hope, feeds the poor, gives courage, gives conviction. Tourism is not about high rises. That's just the by benefit. And when we talk about sustainability, if you can't feed a nation, why bother to go to them? When we had COVID, guess who was the first country who stood out and gave us COVID pills? It was India. I go back, it's about Ubuntu, humanity. That's what binds us. That's what binds us. So we are the second largest home to the Indian community. When my colleague said India is like a home, India is my home. It is my home away from home, for I reside in Mumbai. Blessed am I to have my country say, stay another year or two, because they understand to win in India, you've got to believe in India. You've got to understand it's India by Indians. Bharat has not become what it is because of us deconstructing and all looking out. We must look in. Why South Africa? There's a saying that says, men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. We're affordable. Why? Does anybody know what the rupee is to the pound? 101. To the dollar, 83. To the euro, 87. Guess what to South Africa? 4.42. Ladies and gentlemen, I can stand here and talk to you about the beauty of my country. It is beautiful. It is a country that's built on beauty. We treat India as a woman, it's a soul. But what makes it more special for us is the impact you have on our people. So, I say in my language, because I can say Danyavat, I can say Shukriya. Ndiabulela nangomso ningadinwa uThixo anibusise. Simply said, I am thankful, I am humbled. May the almighty gods that we all pray to continue to amplify your deeds, your businesses, so we can see more of India. Thank you.
Can we please have on stage Ms. Dheera Majumdar, Qatar Tourism.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dheera Majumdar, and I am the India representative for Qatar Tourism. Qatar Tourism is represented in India by Branded India. Now I can tell you about how Qatar is the perfect blend between modernity and the Middle Eastern culture. I can also tell you how we are an ideal destination on a short haul space for MICE weddings and for refined leisure. But I'll let the visuals do the talking. Can we have the video, please?
Found something new to believe in. That's why you never say never. It's like a rush to the senses. Wanna live this moment forever. Cause I'm seeing the world like I'm 10 years old. You touch me like old sun, kiss my soul. Now that we're here, just hold on, don't let me go.
Thank you. I hope this helped pique your interest about the destination. In case you have any questions, myths to break, I'm right here today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Can we please have on stage Mr. Praful Khosla, White Jet?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am here on behalf of Vietjet Air. So Vietjet is the largest private carrier in Vietnam. And we are operating 35 flights to India. That's basically 7 out of Delhi, 7 out of Mumbai, 14 out of Ahmedabad, 4 out of Cochin, and 3 out of Trichy. So basically what we are doing is we are connecting the whole of Vietnam, plus many countries in Southeast Asia, which includes Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Korea, Japan, and we are also one of the largest operators now to Australia, with connectivity to Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Adelaide, Perth, and many more are coming in. So we are very focused on India market, and we are looking for further growth in more tier 2 cities, which are coming up in the end of 23 and 24. And we thank all of you for your continued support to Vietjet Air in India. Thank you.
Can we please have the AV of Sri Lanka? Can we now have on stage Mr. Sarabjit Singh, One Hotel Collection.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a privilege to represent One Rep Global and One Hotel Collection in this platform. I'm Sarabjit. I'm Director of Sales. I'm with One Rep Global. I'm representing One Hotel Collection, which is the extension of One Rep Global. One Hotel Collection is the luxury and ultra-luxury hotels, villas, and experiences, which has presence in 17 countries and 24 hotels across the globe. We have the presence in Prague, we have presence in Amsterdam, St. Moritz, and London. Also representing Ras Al Khaimah, which has the fourth largest Emirates in UAE, Hilton Amingiri in Maldives, recently added another feather in cap, Hilton Yala in Sri Lanka, which we have recently discussed about, promoting two luxury and elegant hotel in Nepal, the Dwarika and the Dhulikhel, holistic and healing wellness resort, the Farm in Philippines, Grand Ho Tram, which has 1,100 room inventory in Vũ Tang province in Vietnam, two hotels in Bali, the Legian Bali and Potato Head. So we are the bridge between your business and these hotels, your brand and India's elite community of UHNIs and the HNIs. So join us in crafting new unforgettable connections and redefining the presence of your brand and business in the world of luxury. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarabjit. Can we have on stage Mr. Puneet Makkar, Vietnam Airlines?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and my colleagues from the travel industry. My name is Puneet Makkar. I'm representing World Connect GSA under the visionary supervision of Mr. Vikramjit Singh Ahluwalia. Apart from our GSA business of aviation, we are representing our cargo business as well. So if I'm talking about our aviation business, we are representing Vietnam Airlines along with the EVA Airlines. So Vietnam Airlines is a national carrier of Vietnam. We're keeping two gateways from India, Delhi and Bombay. We are flying 14 flights from Delhi and Bombay. So if I'm talking about Vietnam Airlines, we are a 5-star airlines, full cost airline, and we are directly keeping connection of Hanoi, Saigon, Ho Chi Minh, and connecting local cities in Vietnam like Nha Trang, Da Nang, and Phu Quoc. If I'm talking about, on the other hand, EVA Airlines is a steam carrier of Taiwan and connecting 61 countries worldwide. EVA Airlines is top 9 airlines, keeping ranking from the top 10 airlines. EVA Airlines also keeping the title of premium economy class as well. Thank you so much for your support. I will be here in this form by today and tomorrow. If you need any help from my support, please do let me know. Thank you very much for your time and keep a successful networking. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Makkar. Can we please have on stage Ms. Tekla from Banyan Tree Hotels and Resorts? Ms. Tekla, Banyan Tree Hotels and Resorts, can we please have you on stage?
Good evening, everybody. I am Tekla Myra, and I am the face for 9 Banyan Tree Hotels and Resorts in Thailand, Vietnam, and in Indonesia. Sustainability in luxury and hospitality go hand in hand in Banyan Tree. Whether it's a MICE event, a wedding, a social event, we have the solution for you. I'm happy to answer all your questions and meet up with you today and tomorrow. I'm right here. Thank you, and thank you for your support in advance.
Can we please have on stage Mr. Himanshu, Radisson Hotel?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Himanshu Bhatia, and I am privileged to represent Radisson Hotel Group. And thank you, Ms. Mayal and Mr. Mansuramani, for organizing this 2-day event. Radisson Hotel South Asia Private Limited, under the leadership of Mr. K.B. Kachru and Mr. Zubin Saxena, operates 110 plus hotels across 7 brands, with the hotel present every 4 hours across the expanse of the country. We are the only hotel chain in the country which prides in dominance of presence in Tier 2 and Tier 3 markets, with first mover advantage in some of the leading and upcoming leisure destinations. destinations. Regency is one of the leading companies which provides options in luxury to upscale, mid-scale, and lifestyle brands. With our Radisson Red in Mohali, we have been instrumental with a lifestyle brand in setting benchmarks for market capabilities. We are very pleased to announce the opening of a Radisson collection in the beautiful state of Kashmir, which would be offering over 200 plus rooms and an array of meeting and event facilities. With hotels such as Radisson Blue in Karjat, Radisson Blue in Visakhapatnam, Radisson Blue in Guwahati, and Radisson Resort in Pondicherry, Radisson Hotel Group is not just a market leader, but we strive to constantly create memorable moments through exceptional guest services. Myself, along with my team, Amit, and my colleagues from our Delhi hotels, look forward to meeting and interacting with you tomorrow and delivering memorable moments for you and your guests. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Can we have on stage Mr. Gagan Katyal, Ananta Hotels and Resorts?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gagan Katyal. I look after sales and marketing for Ananta Hotels and Resorts. This company started out of Rajasthan, based out of Jaipur. Our first resort came up in 2010 in Pushkar. We were a regional player, now fast becoming a national player, operate in 3 brands, which is the Ananta Spa and Resort, and Ananta Elite. So we are welcoming you all to our resorts. 3 businesses that we work on is weddings, MICE, and staycations. We're going to be here tomorrow for the B2B session. Looking forward to working with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we have on stage Mr. Sandeep Singh, Bridge Hotels?
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Harsh. I represent Bridge Hotels. So I work here as DGM Sales and Marketing. Talking about Bridge Hotels, Bridge Hotels is a bespoke luxury chain. So we have got 8 hotels all across in India, in all the prominent destinations. And we'll be adding more. Apart from these luxury hotels, we'll be soon launching a wellness division. So the first step towards it is we'll be running a wellness retreat in Jaipur in January, which is from 12th to 14th. Mrs. Sarvesh Kumar is one of the Bollywood, yoga trainer will be there. So it will be headed by them. And we look forward to meet you tomorrow over the B2B session. So we'll be there on the booth. Thanks to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sponsors. That indeed was like a TED Talk. We now move on to our next panel discussion, which is on Vibrant Heritage India. This enthralling panel discussion will explore the rich tapestry of India's heritage, uncover architectural marvels, cultural diversity, and the artistic expressions that shape the nation, delight in the flavors of Indian cuisine and the vibrancy of its festivals. Discover how these traditions continue to influence the modern world. Join us for an enlightening discussion. Anchor News9 Network, who will call upon the panelists.
Hello again to those who are still running in a lot of wonderful. We have a couple of very interesting ones. This one is all that vibrant heritage. And I'm going to call upon of you. Also have Mr. Managing Hyatt Museum. Also have Group Founder, Rakhi Bhandari, IAS, as all right, everybody is set.
तरह के इवेंट्स हमारे चलते रहते हैं और ये तो एक ऐसी इंडस्ट्री हो गई टूरिज्म की, क्योंकि इससे पहले यहाँ बहुत सारे हमारे होटलियर आके बैठ रहे थे और मैं वैसे भी टूरिज्म का चेयरमैन तो हूँ, लेकिन इस इंडस्ट्री से भी जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। मैं भी कुछ इस तरीके के प्रोजेक्ट चला भी मिली, भाई चेटर है, इस पर मैं अदिति पैलेस के नाम से भी चलाता हूँ। तो इस लाइन से जुड़ा होने का हरियाणा टूरिज्म को भी बेनिफिट है और बाकी आने वालों को भी हम क्या बेस्ट कर सकते हैं। बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटी है और अपॉर्चुनिटी का ये है कि ये जो एक उभरता हुआ भारत है, बदलता हुआ भारत, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के अंदर एक ऐसे माइलस्टोन्स हम लोग सेट कर रहे हैं कि जो पहले कोई वर्ड वाला हमको कहीं गिनता नहीं था। आज यदि इंडिया का नाम, भारत का नाम चला जाता है तो दुनिया वालों की नजरें उठ जाती है कि अच्छा वो ये बदलता हुआ भारत और पोटेंशियल है, लेकिन इसमें हमको बहुत सारी चीजों को ठीक करने की भी जरूरत है।
Absolutely. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मानता हूँ, बहुत कुछ ठीक करने के लिए अभी है। हम I'll come back to you. एक सेकंड, मैं उनसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा जब बात करते कि स्टेट्स के बीच में इतनी तगड़ी कंपटीशन हो सकती है इंडिया में, because that's how much each state has to offer. If I were to ask you, before I come to Punjab, if I can quickly ask you, this is what vibrant heritage of India is. So the idea of this discussion, isn't it? That it's vibrant because they're all competing with each other. They're all UP and Haryana are two different things. Or they belong to North India, but they're two different things altogether, isn't it?
Right. To add my bit, especially in front of this distinguished panel, I run a museum. Okay, I created this museum, the Heritage Transport Museum, India's first transport museum in near Gurgaon in Manesar. And within 10 years, we are the most successful museum, not only in India, but abroad. We are the only profitable museum by depicting how people of India were traveling at one stage or once upon a time. How did we become this? How did we become a successful museum? Because India, unfortunately, does not have a culture of going to museums. Primarily because our museums are a little dated. Our museums do not offer those kind of experiences which the younger generation of today, or even adults for that matter, are looking forward to. So by incorporating these things, we try to prove to India, and we try to prove to the Culture Ministry, Government of India, from which we got a grant to actually build this museum, that the visitors today are very well equipped. Like the visitors we get in hotels, they're very knowledgeable, they're very well traveled. So we need to offer them, our museums need to change. Our heritage, when we are depicting heritage from a museum's perspective, that needs to change. It needs to come to today's level. Okay? And talking about the Heritage Transport Museum, I can go on for us, but I don't think this is the right forum. Heritage in India, and what I learned from the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, they're trying to promote this heritage in various forms. In G20, the recently concluded G20, we were given this opportunity to go to Khajuraho and develop the first exhibition on the repatriated goods or objects or antiquities that have come back to India, which the Prime Minister was very keen that the Ministry of Culture does it, and they gave us the opportunity to go and pick this at Khajuraho during the Culture Working Group's first G20 meeting. And mind you, even the delegates that were here, that were there at Khajuraho, were extremely shocked and surprised as to how we have been able to curate it, how we've been able to create this for the benefit of all the visitors.
Right.
Thank you.
Fair enough. It's another very important lesson. When we go to European cities and go to these fantastic museums over there, we always wonder how come we don't have it. I mean, our history is multiple times older than theirs, if that's possible. I don't know how many multiples. I'm going to come to a very important state. Gupta Bhandari, Bollywood has already been a great ambassador for the great mustard fields of Punjab, that people want to come to Punjab and have a DDLJ moment already. there's so much more than the mustard fields of Punjab, isn't it?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for calling us here. So as you recall that in school and colleges, it was often said that, let all the dances happen, and the final dance used to be the bhangra and the gidha. So here it is today once again, Punjab speaking last. I just realized it's the same thing speaking again. So after UP and Haryana, of course, nobody thought that Punjab would emerge as a state meant for tourism. But well, yes, we have come and we have begun in a rather big way. So what has happened is that we realized in Punjab that the two colors, that is red and green, were the only colors we were focusing on. Lal, sacrifice ke liye, balidan ke liye, of all the sacrifices the state has made for the country and for the rest of the world, and green for prosperity, the green revolution and everything that is colorful. But soon we realized green were the only two colors we were showing to the world, because we don't believe, we are a state that does not believe in blowing its own trumpet. We are a state based on religion, and this religion does not encourage us to boast or come out in the open. But today, we have realized that with the changing times, it is now time that the two colors get merged, the rest of the colors, and we show the colorful part of Punjab, which we now call Rangla Punjab. That is the vision of our Chief Minister today. And we have decided to embark on this journey of colorful Punjab, Rangla Punjab. So let me tell you what's new, Rangla Punjab. Well, we always had we boast of a great infrastructure in terms of roadways, railways, connectivity. Well, it's too much to boast about, which I will not talk about. We can probably go on the net. Most importantly, what makes us distinct from others is the religion of Sikhism, the tenets of Sikhism. So all the various tenets of humility, of langar. Langar is the seva, which is called the food, which is called basically the prasad of the gods. So everybody sits together. It's an experience in itself. It's a philosophy. It's not just about food. So from there we the idea that why don't we now start something called culinary tourism? So we realized our chola bhatura, our kulchas, and everything that the world loves to eat belongs to Punjab. So why not start from Punjab? We realized that we are the only state which boasts of Amritsar, the holy city, so to say. We have so much in Amritsar. Little did I know that, even Amritsar houses, would you believe it, the birthplace of love and Kush. So Sita Ji, the Balmiki ashram there, that boasts, in fact, we're going to have very soon on the 28th of this month, an entire festival around it. And soon we'll be coming up with a great panorama. We've got a beautiful museum built, which will show you the entire philosophy and teachings of the sage Balmiki and also the Ramayana and the various versions. So it's not just Sikhism, we have Hinduism, we have Sufism, we boast of nearly every religion bursting from its seams. And it's beautiful when you come, because in Punjab, we're going to give you an immersive experience. So we realized it's just about a holiday or a vacation or a staycation, as they call it now, but it's about complete immersive experience. You come to relax, get your family, and just forget your worries. From food to colors to music to handicrafts, you have it all there. We boast of a border tourism circuit now, which we are building. And of course, the border, because we have 3 borders. I'm sure you all know of the Atari and the Wagah border. That is one part. But there are 2 others. There's Hussaini Wala in Firozpur. There's the Saki border. So we have 3 border points which you can come and actually see. So it's all about patriotism. It's all about nationalism. Who better, Lala Lajpat Rai to Udham Singh to Shahid Bhagat Singh? I mean, where were they all? They were all in Punjab.
And the list of names don't stop in Punjab, do they?
So
This is a solid response to UK and Haryana from Punjab. I'm going to mediate on this a little bit. There's absolutely no doubt. And you talk about Amritsar. Amritsar itself is a food capital of Punjab.
Yes.
So talk about culinary tourism. So much that Punjab has to offer.
So I will give him the mic. I will continue speaking. I've got so much to talk
I would
about.
love to continue listening. I'm almost booking my tickets to Punjab as you speak. So the next one, we're talking about the immersive experience. They're not vacations, they're experiences going forward. Punjab can do that. Ashish Gupta, we were waiting patiently while we had the IPL match between Punjab, UP and Haryana. But the question I want to ask you is this. It is all about showcasing this vibrance in India's heritage. India is not one thing. India is Punjab plus Haryana plus UP plus me from Chennai, Tamil Nadu. It's all about how you showcase the fact that we are multitudes in unison. We're vibrancy together, united.
नमस्ते सारे स्टेट्स को सुनते हुए मेरे ख्याल आया इस सब स्टेट्स के पास ये सब है तो हमारे पास भारत माँ है ऋषि कपूर का डायलॉग था I think the point you said is absolutely correct. As FADE, which is a national federation, one of our key asks to the government is the following: which is the only country which has more than 1,000 festivals? Which is the only country which has more than 700 religious rites? Which is the only country which is more than 2,000 as a country, more than 2,000 food items? Which is the only country which has probably more than 1 crore architectural cultural artifacts? So I'll answer your question very quickly. Our ask as all the associations together as the government are the following. Number one, we need to market India and create a sub-brand of incredible heritage, on the lines of heritage, which not only markets all the states together, but we are a country of a billion heritage experiences. Second, number three, we need to create a national repository of all these experiences, where both the international tourists and the domestic tourists can access them. And number four, it would be great if we have a national calendar of all of these heritage and an inventory so that all of us, while just our visitors, all of our Indians can actually access this immense heritage that we have. India had almost 2.3 billion domestic tourism visits in 2019, pre-COVID. Our vision as FADE to the government is that we have the potential to go up to 20 billion domestic tourism visitors.
All right.
20 crore jobs. So
big round of applause for that. Big round of applause. That's what we're aiming for. Big round of applause for that. Fingers crossed. Let's hope that we're able to achieve that number with everything we have to offer from Punjab to Haryana to Uttar Pradesh. Thank you so much. धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. Requesting all the panelists to please stay on stage so we can felicitate you. And that we wrap up this session completely out of time.
Thank you so much for this riveting panel discussion. I would like to call upon Ms. Jyoti Mayal, Director of the Iconic Experiences Show at President Thai, and Mr. Nikhil Mathur, VP Sales and Marketing, News9 Plus, TV Network. Please come and felicitate the speakers. Mr. Chandar Mancharmani, please come and felicitate our speaker. Ms. Mayal, please. Yes. A token of appreciation. Can we please have a round of applause for our masterclass speaker? Our next masterclass with master strokes will be delivered by Mr. Nakul Anand, Executive Director, ITC Limited. So can we please have you on stage?
Good evening. Am I audible? I've got a caller mic. Jyoti asked me a couple of days back to speak on this subject, and you can never refuse Jyoti. So the subject she gave me was leisure and luxury. A couple of days back when I began to pen my thoughts on leisure and luxury, it occurred to me that over the years, while the definition of luxury has changed, leisure does not exist anymore. There's no leisure travel, there's no business travel. The blurring of leisure and business was already taking place before the pandemic. I think the pandemic accelerated it. Testimony to this is borne by data. If you look at data today, according to a latest survey, one that was done by Swift, 94% of people said when on business travel, they would like to also look at the city and take a vacation. The average length of stay of business travel has increased by 29% post the pandemic. What does this mean? All this goes to show is that leisure and business does not exist anymore, and the definition of luxury over the period has changed. So therefore, I thought apt to give the story of responsible luxury of ITC Hotel as a sterling example, if I may take leave of modesty, to the subject that there is. I had to again ring up Jyoti. I had delivered this very talk a few days back at another event, wanted to repeat it because I didn't think that there was a better forum than to give the story here to say what has happened to luxury over the years and how has travel become more responsible over the years. So without further ado, if I may take you through, it takes the year now, 1 year, 6 months it takes the earth to regenerate what we use in a single year. We are truly the first generation to feel the sting of climate change, and we are the last generation that can do something about it. We are indeed living dangerously, and the more we realize it, the sooner we realize it, the better. Climate scientists have showed that humans are responsible for virtually all global heating. It's no secret that the average temperature of the Earth's surface is now about 1 degree warmer than it was in the late 1800s. And there is but one culprit, which is us humans, and there certainly is an elephant in the room. To fulfill the couple of years back, in 2015, the world met what was called the COP21 Paris Agreement, and they agreed there that they would limit the temperature to 2 degrees with an attempt to bring it down to 1.5 degrees. But if this is to be done, every sector has to be remodeled because every sector poses a threat to sustainability, with tourism being no exception at all. Taking you to tourism and what is the impact or the carbon footprint of tourism. There are varying estimates of what tourism's carbon footprint is. It varies between 9 and 12% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. If I put it quantitatively, we are currently at 5 gigatons of carbon a year. With business as usual, we would go up to 6.2 gigatons. Our attempts, if we are to meet up with COP21, would be to bring it down to 3.1. That is how large, that's how huge the task is. The sector's carbon emissions will only grow. It is expected that tourism will grow by 85% between 2016 and 2030. Other data tells us that where the global economy will grow by 2.6, tourism will grow by 5.2. If the Paris Agreement targets are to be met, then the industry must reduce its emissions by 90% by 2050 and 60% by 2030. If you look at the breakdown within the industry, the largest would always be aviation, which is 49% would be transport. Lodging would only comprise of 6%, and most of it is, of course, embedded carbon in the buildings itself. Just to give you a few examples, lesser known examples, every sector of the tourism industry is making some effort or the other to meet up with the Paris Agreement targets. Portland International is an airport, which is set to open in 2025. It has sourced timber and perhaps the largest amount of timber that has ever been used in an airport. Now, why timber? Because timber has the lowest embodied carbon impact of any construction material with no embodied carbon. Scandinavian Airlines SAS has officially welcomed booking of flights for electric planes scheduled for 2028. Norway commits to building its first zero-emission cruise ship by 2030 under the project named C0. Germany has debuted the world's first hydrogen-powered train, which makes the beginning of emission-free travel. Last but not the least, interestingly, France is working to eliminate the need for intra-country flights. Earlier this year, in a bid to curb carbon emissions and make travel more sustainable, France banned domestic short flights between cities where the journey can be made via train in 2.5 hours. I now take you back to the ITC hotel story. There are opinions, there are attitudes, and there are values. Opinions are the ripples on the surface of public's conscious, shallow and easily changed. Attitudes are the currents below the surface, deeper and stronger. Values are the deep tides of the public mood, slow to change but powerful. And values are shifting at a deep level. When values shift, it causes a tsunami, an absolute tsunami. Luxury today is losing its luster, with questions of increasingly being raised about the ethics of luxury goods and services. I don't know how many of you noticed that after the movie Blood Diamond, the Oscars, which always photographed or pictured the diamonds that various actresses were wearing, has never done that because they've never worn diamonds again. Mink coats are banned at the Oscars. All this is that the ethics of luxury are today being questioned. Many luxury consumers are part of an affluent global elite, most of whom are well-educated and increasingly becoming concerned about social and environmental issues. These consumers use luxury products as a symbol of success, and the definition of success, how it is perceived, is changing. Overconsumption is no longer a sign of success and is rather being replaced from conspicuous to conscientious consumption. Therefore, a new type of luxury whose deeper values are fully embodied in the sourcing, in the manufacturing, in the marketing, and the distribution of products and services is gaining prominence. Authentic luxury brands provide the greatest contributions to everyone affected by the creation and identify the consumers as those that respect both planet and people. The winds of change are enforcing a transformation. Luxury finds deeper roots, signaling a shift towards deeper luxury. With our lineage of luxury experiences, to have positive environmental footprint, it was a challenge for us to blend luxury with sustainability in a business conventionally known as indulgent. For many years, it was felt that green and luxury couldn't go together, because if you wanted green, you had to not use the bedsheet daily, not replace your bath towels, throttle the shower pressure. Your room AC was off when you came, and therefore you had to suffer for 15, 20 minutes. So it was always felt that green and luxury could never go, and that was really our challenge. We stood at the crossroads, therefore, of differentiating through either luxury or sustainability. Deliberations led us to conclude that choosing either or was not an option. Thus was born responsible luxury, challenging the paradigm that these two could not coexist, paving the way for a new era in the global hospitality industry. We believe that the only way forward is to live off the interest of our planet's resources, which are sunshine and biological resources, rather than the capital, which are the non-renewable resources, fossil fuels, and biodiversity itself. We today can proudly claim to have 23 platinum-rated hotels. We have 12 LEED zero carbon certified hotels. We have 2 LEED zero water certified hotels. And we have already surpassed our 2030 sectoral emission targets set by COP21. And we've set for ourselves the 2050 target will be met by 2030. 57% of our electricity is through renewable sources, enough to light up a highway from north to south of India for an entire year. We've reduced fresh water by 50% over the last few years. Sunya Aqua is a water plant. Our water travels zero distance and is served in glass bottles. We recycle 90% of our waste. It is repurposed, it is upcycled, it is segregated at source, quantified and measured. So oil and soap are sent for biodiesel manufacturing, and every hotel is provided with an organic waste converter and a biomethanation plant for further use. We've eliminated single-use plastic, eliminating 2.5 lakh kg annually. A very important aspect of luxury is food and beverage, and a very important part of sustainability within the framework of sustainability is F&B, and let me tell you why. Man asked nature, what's for dinner? And nature replied, your diet is cooking the planet, right? It's a diet that's cooking the planet. The emissions from food supply are growing at a rate of 1.8 degrees annually. Limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees will be impossible without significant changes to the way the world eats, as food production accounts for a quarter of the total greenhouse gas emissions. How then can we do this? We waste 1/3 of our food, approximately more than 1 billion pounds a year. And what is the danger of that? As food rots, it emits methane, a gas that is 20% more harmful than carbon dioxide. Beef and dairy products are responsible for 1/10 of global emissions. 2 habits tower above all others in our environment impact to save the planet. Quit wasting food and eat less meat. Diets that are good for the planet tend to be good for people too. Interestingly, a research by Michael Clark, a scholar of food systems at Oxford, has shown that foods associated with good health generally have low environmental impacts. Post-pandemic, health is an important part of leisure travel or leisure luxury or of travel in its whole. Our Vedas or our scriptures tell us that the Indian cuisine imbibes the principle of Ayurveda is anchored on 2 pillars, wellness and sustainability. With responsible luxury as our guiding premise and inspired by the principles of Vedic gastronomy, we endeavor to create culinary experiences that address the needs of holistic well-being in harmony with the environment. Just to name a few, thou shalt not overfish. A few of us realize that a ton of fish protein has less than 1/10 of the greenhouse gas intensity of equivalent protein obtained from all meat and livestock. So fish has the lowest carbon footprint. Within fish, we have tied up with the World Wildlife Fund to identify which fish is overfish, which is under threat, and which is choose wisely. And against each item of a fish dish that is made, we have one of the following codes to identify what is it. Welcome meals is our single diner's meal, well-balanced, right-sized, and allows for minimal wastage with the luxury of choice curated by our chefs. Over 50% of food and beverage at ITC hotels are sourced locally. How do we do that? Every hotel has what is called a welcome sthalika, that is a thali of its region. It's a tribute to the local cuisine where each hotel is located in a balanced combination of lentils, local millets, seasonal fresh produce, and meat, both healthy and sustainable. Local Love was an interesting experiment, and we realized we sent our food Sherpas out. In every city, we discovered which is the best local food available. In Calcutta, where is the best kati kebab, or the best bori biryani in Bombay, or the best pav bhaji in Delhi, or the best chana bhatura in Delhi. And we tried to emulate it and put on all our menus Local Love as an item. Surprisingly, 65 to 70% of the people who go to a coffee shop or a 24/7 where Local Love is available, right, order Local Love. instead of ordering a smoked salmon, which could have traveled 6,000 kilometers away from Norway, right? They've ordered the local food. What did this do for us? At the end of 2 years, when we took stock and measured, what gets measured gets managed. As a result of local love, our purchase diameter or radius had reduced by 40 kilometers of what we had done. Thank you. Route to Shoot is our buffet program that creates widespread awareness of both nutritional benefits of consuming from Route to Shoot, as well as the impact it has on reducing food. Feel Good is a menu that boosts immunity and has restorative properties. It's revitalizing, it's detoxifying, and it's repairing the body and mind. Nutritious, right-sized, and eco-conscious are our one-bite wonders, which are our inspired appetizers. Indians eat a lot of appetizers. The health of that is important. This signature chef-crafted offering showcases reimagined appetizers. Pavilion Pure is all about cold-pressed juices, but it's not just about being cold-pressed. It is about the right combination of how juices are blended together, in which weather, which temperature, what combination of juices do you use together. Signature Mornings is our reimagined breakfast. It presents superfood in India's contemporary breakfast, showcasing India's heritage, forgotten grains, and locally sourced seasonal produced. Going Nuts is it emphasizes the value of nuts and the nutritional credentials. Swasthya Cuisine is nutritional gastronomy. It's a melange of modern and revived flavors that promotes wellness and restoration, calms the mind, uplifts the mood, enhances memory, slows down the effect of aging. Sattva is honestly vegetarian, is premised on the truth of purity of vegetarian cuisine. Royal Vega is a restaurant based on that. Alert Meats is another interesting example of our responsible luxury initiative. Research showed that 95% of food served at banquets during lunch or conferences induces food coma at the end of the conference or post-lunch at the conference, because the organizer, eager to please the boss, gets the most extensive menu. It is our responsibility that post the conference, post-lunch, the conference is just as productive, if not, it should be more productive. And therefore, as a part of our green banqueting and responsible luxury initiatives, we came up with what is called Alert Meats. It showcases Indian superfoods, native nuts, flavoring greens, and heritage grains, menus that restrict food coma. On the other hand, they enhance productivity. To conclude, without a proper diet, medicines are of no use. Without a proper diet, medicines are unnecessary. School of Ayurveda. ITC Hotels is already ahead of the sustainability curve and has achieved a lot of international milestones. However, the journey towards planet positivity is far from covered as we continue to sow our dreams as seeds. Our actions become the sun and rain falling onto the soil of life. Thank you. Namaste. Are there Q&A?
Mr. Anand, please stay on the stage. We'd like to felicitate you, sir. Thank you so much for the insightful presentation. Can we please have on stage Mr. Raktim Das, Chief Growth Officer, TV9 Network, to felicitate our speaker. Another round of applause, please, for the gentleman. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We now move forward to a thought-provoking panel discussion on MICE mantra after G20. In the wake of the G20 summit, we'll explore the strategies, insights, and transformations in the meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions industry. Our experts will dissect the post-G20 landscape, uncovering the key trends and opportunities that will shape the future of MICE events. Delve into the knowledge and expertise that will empower you to navigate this evolving arena with success and innovation. Can I please have on stage Mr. Krishna Kumar, anchor News9 Plus, to please come up and invite the panelists and moderate the session.
All right, here we go again. So this one's for MICE mantra after G20 success. Let me call upon Mr. Puneet Dhawan, Senior Vice President Operations, Accor, India and South Asia. Mr. Raj Rishi Singh, Chief Marketing and Business Officer, Make My Trip. Mr. Rohit K. Lamba, Vice President Sales and Marketing and Head Branding, Jindal Steel and Power. And finally, Mr. Rajiv Sharma, Head Workplace Management, Nykaa. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for all the panelists. All right, let's settle down and get this started. Often when we're waiting, actually I think we can get this started. Right. We also have Mr. Manik Shah Bakshi joining us for this panel as well. Sir, please, requesting you to take the stage in the panel. All right. Very often when we talk about India as a tourism destination, unfortunately the term MICE or MICE is such a technical term. It's such a travel and tourism industry term that it never comes up on top of mind that India can be that chosen destinations for meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions. Because let's face it, we here sitting in India working in Indian companies, the moment they say the word offsite, the moment they say that annual trip, it's always outside of this country. It's as if we've discovered this entire country through and through, north to south, east to west, and that the moment there is this incentive of a trip, it has to be outside the country. And now so many countries take advantage of that. So many Indian companies wanting to send their employees for these meetings, incentives and conferences and exhibitions, and those countries take advantage. It's good time that we position ourselves as that prime destination for MICE, for Indians as well as other countries who should start looking at India. So if I were to start by asking you, where do you think we are, sir? Yeah. So where do you think we are, sir, when it comes to developing India as that chosen MICE destination?
I thought I may be asked at the last, but anyway.
That's how life is. Sometimes you join last, but you get started first.
In fact, I would like to begin with asking a question otherwise. After hosting the G20 summit in Delhi, since I represent from Delhi government, I would ask the entire panelist or the hall, हमसे अच्छा इस समय माइस का डेस्टिनेशन इस प्लेनेट अर्थ पर है कोई और, तो आप बताइए। है ही नहीं। Bharat Mandapam, the convention center which is coming up at Dwarka, and many other facilities, besides the rich cultural heritage, the excellent infrastructure, which can match any other city on this planet Earth, is with us.
That's the simplest and the most honest answer possible. If I were to take that question to you, where in your company, which is a choice MICE destination for your company and the incentives you give out in your company?
So I'll begin with answering the first question which you asked, is that we are extremely proud as a nation that today we have Yashobhumi, which is India's largest MICE convention and exhibition center, made by Jindal Steel. I still remember 4.5 years back, during the pre-pandemic era, when L&T got the contract of building Yashobhumi, which was recently inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister. They had asked for a very special grade steel, which stands the test of time, which is long-lasting, and also continues to hold the structure till eternity, for ages. So we are proud of the fact that we have created, with our intelligence, with our good value-added steel, we have created India's largest convention and exhibition center. that will give the boost to the Indian economy. Number one. Number two, we also hold immense pride as a nation is that during the pandemic era, when the Chinese ports got shut all over the world, there was a demand for steel which was coming from the Western countries. We took the leap of faith, we didn't shut our plants, and believe me, ladies and gentlemen, there has been no looking back ever since. The world has got the flavor of Indian steel. And that has caused much disruption to our friendly neighbor China, which used to dominate the steel sector. I think that is something which we feel immensely proud of, and I think it's a great, great occasion for our country. I think coming back to the MICE, I think all destinations are great, regardless of, it could be any domestic destination, it could be any international destination. They're all great. But what we look as a corporate and as an organization who has 7,000 channel partners all over the world is that what is those curated experiences which we can offer to our partners. So when they visit it, a piece of that destination gets left in their hearts forever. That is something which we continue to strive for and we continue to work on it. I think for us, all destinations are great. You just need to create those experiences.
Right. Raj, if I were to come to you on that, talk to us about, are you able to, on Make My Trip, identify these bulk MICE bookings, and are you able to, see a trend in them?
Yeah, I think, sorry, can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you, sir.
So I think what happened, like in India, was that pre-COVID, most of the MICE groups used to go out of India for no particular reason. Maybe the excitement of seeing new lands and that. I think somehow post-pandemic, because international had still not opened up, it somehow acted like a segue for India group business within India to develop. Also, what happened was that the infrastructure build up in India. I mean, today the roads, airports, hotel properties, convention centers are all world class. So I think these two things pivoted well together. That because of lack of options, people had to test indoors or test inside the country, and the great infra that government has put up in India enabled that to happen. And now I think a lot of our demand is actually intra-India. I think what's still not happening is people coming from outside as group. But again, with ease of visa, I think it's a matter of fact that India also becomes not just a destination for Indians, but for people from other countries as well.
Right. That's the future. That's certainly the future. Mr. Dhawan, if I were to ask you, talk to us about, the trends that you witnessed at Accor, post-pandemic per se, in terms of MICE.
Sure. I mean, I can talk about Accor, but overall as well. First of all, Jyoti, thanks for giving me an opportunity to be part of this event and on being on this panel. Just going back to your previous question on MICE, so it's not just incentive. There's obviously meeting, convention, and events as well that makes the MICE part.
Sometimes the meeting is the incentive.
No, it depends, right? Because I think one of the reasons, I think my fellow panelists said, whether it's the Pragati Maidan becoming the Bharat Mandapam, which can take 7,000 people now for a meeting, or the new one which the Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated in Dwarka, which is not fully ready, but it's coming in phases, which has more than 5 lakh square feet of meeting and convention space. So we really lack those global kind of meeting and convention venues. So we could not attract the big conferences like the ITTB Berlin or World Travel Mart in London, or the big exhibitions you see in Singapore or even in Malaysia. So now we really have world-class facilities to compete with any global MICE city or MICE venue. So I think that's really important. We didn't really have the infrastructure, and now I think in India we have that. Secondly, on G20, it was not just New Delhi. There were 200 meetings having over 60 cities in India. So more than 60 cities in India were showcased to the entire world, or at least to the, the developed world. So that again gives a lot of, I think, opportunities to showcase India in a very different way, away from just the metro or the key destination. 60 cities, I'm sure we'll all struggle to name 60 cities in India. I definitely would. In terms of hotels, again, 2023 has been a fabulous year for hospitality industry at large in terms of all the KPIs. So in the last 15 years or so, we've never really crossed 70% as occupancy pan-India for hotels in India. So this is the first year we're actually going to more or less cross 70% and make my trip will confirm that the volume of bookings we are seeing and the rates are finally going up, which as an investor in hotels, it becomes an attractive asset class for the investors as well, because finally the returns are getting, as good as in retail or commercial real estate. So overall, I think it's good news for India, whether it's from an infrastructure point of view, domestic travel, international travel. We have not even scratched the surface. There's so much potential, what we could bring into India. But it's a long journey, but we're definitely on the right track now.
Oh, absolutely, long journey. And we're talking about the journey at a time when news is out that India could be placing a bid for the 2036 Olympics. Talk about the biggest of meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions possible. The biggest in the world, the Olympics. When was the last time, or when did we ever think that India is going to be on its way to wanting to host an Olympics? And imagine the kind of infrastructure build-up that it will provide, sir. So in that sense, that if India right now has the confidence to go bid for the Olympics, it is already the premier MICE destination as you started this conversation.
I would say that in terms of infrastructure, not only Delhi, but all the cities which my fellow panelist has rightly said, 60 cities. So all those 60 cities have showed their capacity of hosting MICE, having a good connectivity, air, road, infrastructure, hospitality, hotels, travel logistics. All those things have been put in place. And one point I would like to pick up with my fellow panelists, that taking something back in your heart. So every destination out of those 60 destinations, so the theme of that meeting was synchronized with the city which it represents. So the city, there are cities which are synonymous with culture, there are cities which are synonymous with IT, or there are cities which are synonymous with the cryptocurrency, financial institutions. So India has shown that it is a bouquet.
It is synonymous with parties also.
Yeah, so our bouquet is amazing. That is why we call it ourselves incredible. Nobody like us. And I believe that Olympics or whatever is left out to be tagged would be tagged out soon.
Okay. We're talking about Olympics. Lots of steel would be needed. Lots of steel would be needed if we are going to host the Olympics. Lot more infrastructure will be needed. I just want to understand, as we are all buoyant about India as an MIC destination, what is needed at this stage? In the near term and the long term, what are the challenges?
Well, I'm really glad that the government's push towards infrastructure is immense. You are hearing news about roads being built, 40 kilometers of roads being built every day. New construction, highways, projects, bridges, dams, all of that is getting made every day. So for the infrastructure and construction companies like us who are purely into steel and cement, it's really great news. We also contribute, steel as a sector contributes about 14% of India's GDP, so which is immense as an industry, just next to oil. That's number one. Number two, what is also significant is that other than the infrastructure, we as a nation are also making our presence felt globally. Thanks to the leadership, which we are currently, we have really expanded our footprint in terms of what India is able to achieve today, where we stand on the world pedestal, the kind of respect which we are getting from the global community. All of that is really giving us the impetus to push forward. But also, what is really great for us is that there are now talks about collaboration which are happening typically for us as a steel company. There is collaboration happening where the world's number one company is willing to collaborate with us to understand what are the various technical innovations which can be done in the steel industry. How can we build synergies to offer quality solutions to our customers? That I think is also changing with times, and I think from here on we can only go further and above.
Okay, Raj, if I were to ask you, there is definitely, India has the advantage of a better price differential as a MICE destination. And also, do you think that it's a matter of Indian players promoting themselves well and making sure the right product at the right prices is available so that India becomes that choice MICE destination?
Yeah. See, I think from all the ingredients of this recipe, I think we have big tick marks on all. Culturally, we are a hospitable country. I mean, hospitality is core to us. We have great infrastructure. Today, if you see, for example, our airports versus airports anywhere in the world, I mean, they're differentiated, they're much better. Our road infrastructure, hotel infrastructure, the way we are priced, the way hospitality is done in our properties, I think it's all tick marks. So I think it's all coming together. What also happens is people need to sample India, right? And then events like G20 become great platforms where a large set of inbound consumers come to India, see the reality and want to come back. I think a couple of more such events will actually really unlock travel or inbound travel for us, because people would see what we have. And like you rightly said, that also like our stature in the globe is growing. I mean, today we will be among the top 3, top 4 nations who stand for progress, who stand for economic development. So I think we have all the right ingredients. The recipe is forming in the right track. A few big events will help more people sample this and want to come back in bigger groups.
It's as if India's in the precipice, isn't it, Mr. Dhawan? That it'll require those triggers. It will need that Olympics, that kind of triggers, and then that it goes to the next level, isn't it, Mr. Dhawan?
Yeah, well, it could be that Goldilocks moment, right, where everything is kind of aligned. But I think when it comes to pricing, at least from a hotel's point of view, I still think Indian hotels across the board are still probably underpriced. There's a lot of room to grow. Just to share you a stat, pre-pandemic in 2019, in terms of branded hotel rooms in India, there were 140,000 branded hotel rooms. Only 1,000 of those were sold above 10,000 rupees. After the pandemic, 2022, 2023, there are 165,000 branded hotel rooms in India. 20,000 of those are sold 10,000 and above. But majority of the inventory is still at $100 mark, right? It's at that 7,000 to 8,000 mark, which is really underpriced. You go to, and Delhi and Mumbai are, key global cities today, key business cities. You go to New York, Paris, Berlin, London, there's no room less than $300-400. And our hotels are fabulous, great service, great facilities. Land, of course, is expensive in India to develop hotels. Cost of capital is high. So I genuinely feel that the hotels the pricing has been depressed for a long time, for the last 10 years, because there was an imbalance between supply and demand. But now finally we are seeing the rates growing, and this trend hopefully will continue.
And you're saying with rates growing as well, still the price differential between, say, destinations in India and in the West will be Zameen Asman ka difference.
I think the kind of service and the hotels we provide, there's a long way to grow. I mean, you go to any deluxe hotel in Europe, I mean, chances are you're carrying your own bags, there's no room service, bare minimum services, right? And same thing in North America as well. In India, even in an economy brand like Ibis, we provide all these services. So it's a fact. I think
Ibis is
everybody will share.
Is one of the best hotel chains possible. Ibis as a product, I love that product too. Big round of applause for Ibis. That's Western European quality, standardized accommodation right here in India. I've stayed in Ibis everywhere, but from Coimbatore to Kanpur. And I can tell you, Ibis is like, I don't know how to put it right. Analogy for it is the McDonald's slash, I would say Burger King of India, where you have that full-blown treatment and standardized so beautifully. Great point over there as well. And you were saying...
I would like to add one thing. In Europe, what I had seen that the room, the moment you enter into the room, it starts ending.
Are you sure it's not Bombay?
No. We are. जितना दिल बड़ा है उतने कमरे भी बड़े हैं हमारे.
Wonderful. And he was talking about the lack of service. I was in Venice recently where they have completely taken away room service. They actually leave you a letter with keys. You're supposed to go do everything in Venice yourself, pretty much. No human being to connect with. That's where it's going. And India is providing the alternative. The only question I have to ask you is that when you talk about service and the great service that India, as a culturally it offers, it has competition in Southeast Asia. And Southeast Asia also offers similar kind of prices that India does. If I were to ask you, in that sense, India still has competition despite having all the advantages.
So, typically, I must be honest, Southeast Asia takes the lion's shares of business. People, our partners, the mass movement goes to Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, and the residue goes to Philippines. But yes, for whatever it's worth, I think the lion's share of business, the mass movement goes to the Southeast Asian market. But other than that, the platinum customers and the bracket which we have at the top of the pyramid, also we take them to most exotic destinations. Cyprus, Fiji Islands, Argentina, to name a few.
Yeah, that's a great question. But also what's happened is that, I genuinely think that for Southeast Asia, there's travel fatigue. They have the advantage of starting early, but that's not turning into a disadvantage. I mean, how many times would you go to the same country? Again, new destinations are opening up. For example, like as Thailand gets fatigued, you have a Vietnam which has direct flights. But if you compare the proposition of Vietnam to India, I think India has more to offer, both culturally with this diversity, the point you were making. It's not one city, it's 60 cities, and every city has its own flavor. There's desert, there's mountains, there's seas. So I think we're a very diverse, blessed country.
It's a collection of 30 different countries, in my opinion. So 60 cities, the pointed question only to you because you're in
just
the...
one last point.
Please.
And the other thing that eases India out is language. I mean, like the penetration of English in India is so high that if you go to Vietnam, you'll struggle beyond the top 3 cities to kind of commute. We're an English-speaking country across. It's almost like a second language after Hindi and the regional languages. Yeah, so that itself is an advantage.
English penetration, very important part. The question I have to ask you is that you was talking about destination fatigue happening. How do you make sure that fatigue happens, that they all turn around and come here to India? It's the same question for manufacturing, isn't it? If everybody is moving out of China, it doesn't automatically mean that they're going to move into India. There's so many Southeast Asian alternatives available. How do we make sure that India gets the lion's share of that fatigue?
See, I look at it the other way. So it's okay, Jindal Steel, for their incentives or their top clients, they want to take them abroad because they are based in India. The challenge is, how do we challenge ArcelorMittal, the largest steel company in the world, to bring their incentives into India, right? So we should look at the other way, because that's where I think our unique selling point as India as a destination is. Of course, there's the domestic demand and the market, and if you are, let's say, doing a meeting for 10,000 people, chances are now you'll keep it in India because we have the infrastructure, whether it's Jio in Mumbai or the Dwarka or the Bharat Mandapam, to do that, which you couldn't do it. Logistically, it'll be very difficult to take those many people abroad. But I think the key is, how do we attract the foreign incentive, whether it's the high spend or the volumes coming of international travelers to India. I mean, India is barely attracting any international, large conventions, meetings, or even leisure. If you look at the numbers, they're very, very small. I mean, you have about 6 million international arrivals into India. Half of them are from Bangladesh and neighboring countries. So we are not really getting the long-haul markets, whether it's the Europeans, Americans, or from the other parts of the world, or a lot of those are Indian origin people coming back that are counted as foreign arrivals. So as I said, we're just about to scratch the surface, and there's a long road ahead of us.
We're just scratching the surface. There's a long road ahead as far as MICE and India as a choice destination for MICE is concerned. It's been fascinating chatting up with the gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for the panelists over here. We've completely run out of time. Thank you so much for taking time out and sharing your thoughts. Requesting all the panelists to please stay on stage so that you can be felicitated.
Thank you so much. Can we please have on stage Mr. Balbir Mayal and Mr. Chandraman Sharmani to felicitate our panelists. Thank you once again. Before we move on to our last session, can we please have some AVs?
Let the games begin.
Do we have lifelines?
Why leave it to chance?
Bring it on. You will love.
On Connoisseur Conversations, spin the wheel, move your counter, take up a task depending on your luck.
You talk of Indian cuisine and you think of kebabs. And you think of Indian kebabs and you think of gur tikka masala.
What you wear communicates so much to the person in front of you.
I'm Akanksha Monga and I travel for a living.
Many entrepreneurs have not seen the light of day because they gave up too early. I'm going to show you how it is possible.
We will unleash the creative power of our best scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs to build a better world.
It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is our moment to tell the world that rocket science is a piece of cake for us.
किचन इज द ओनली प्लेस जो फुल दंगल ये है रेसिपी लेकिन इसको ब्रेक कर दोगे तो बल्ले बल्ले
Experiencing luxury is no more a luxury. And
more so when you're here at the Iconic Experiences show, where travel, wellness, weddings and MICE are adorning their grand luxurious avatar. Welcome to a curated collection of exquisite products and services as we create moments of grandeur and sophistication for connoisseurs of luxury like you. An ultimate platform for industry visionaries where luxury meets aspirations. In this two-day extravaganza, we bring to you masterclasses, enlightening keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and insightful panel discussions. Not just this, exclusive B2B meetings, power breakfast with selected buyers, and networking over the sundowner. Witness the magic of grand weddings at our show. Explore the immersive experiences offered by exhibitors where you can connect, engage, and be inspired. At the Iconic Experiences show, you can become part of a community that values excellence, opulence, and unforgettable memories. Brought to you by Red Hat Communications, TV9 Network, News9 Plus, the world's first news OTT, and Alpcord Pro Mice.
We have made content out of news. I would not call it a change. I would call it metamorphosis. To my mind, this is a panacea for a lot of advertisers. The term is Genflix, the generation which is watching Netflix. they have cut the cord. Kodak.
Trust Kodak Gold Film.
BlackBerry.
Introduces the world's first touchscreen BlackBerry.
Blockbuster Video.
Blockbuster Video, the entertainment team.
What's the common connect? Yeah, you got it. They didn't change with changing times. I would not call it a change. I would call it metamorphosis. And if the world is changing, the world of entertainment media has changed, how could news remain the same? Which is where News9 Mediaverse comes in. Yes, that fills the gap. If you ask your colleagues, friends, that what is the most scarce resource that they have in their lives, I'm pretty much sure the answer would be time. Imagine that you have a platform where they have everything that they want. And on top of that, they can consume it when they want. News9 Plus is the world's first news OTT. News9 Plus is a world-class product. It is exclusive because of the perspective, analysis, deep diving that is done for every relevant issue that's happening around you. So there is everything for everyone. On top of that, they can consume it when they want. The UI UX is the best, at par with the best that the world has, and the content is again of global standard. Today, we realize that it is all about telling stories. If you don't tell stories, there is no taker. And News9 Plus is exactly what we've done with news. We have made content out of news.
India could have been another Beirut.
Unexploded ordnance, also known as UXOs, are live ticking bombs.
Duologue, I think I was coaxed into it by my colleagues. I still haven't understood that how I adopt spiritually. The way we choose the guest for Duologue is that people who are either legends or legends in the making, and third, who will have significant level of cerebral quotient.
Mr. Murthy, the seat of the chairperson and Infosys were built by a Kulkarni, not by a Murthy.
When you have like a end goal, do you know you can take any path to it?
Who is Lutyens Media? It is a bunch of people. What has Khan Market got to do about it?
Just the function of its location. There's nothing specific about it.
But it has gone off very well. The kind of guest that I had in season 1 could match the best. And the conversation, I tried to keep it very, very cerebral. You know what's best about News9 Mediaverse? News9 Plus Lounge.
Let the games begin.
Do we have lifelines?
Why leave it to chance?
Bring it on. You will love.
You know, it might sound a little radical, but I think traditional form of advertising will not exist in the digital ecosystem. Skipping an advertising is very, very convenient. So therefore, advertising will also have to be converted into content, brand stories.
On Connoisseur Conversations, spin the wheel, move your counter, take up a task, depending on your luck.
Imagine a world that an audience is not waiting for an ad break to get over, he's rather waiting for an ad to come, because that's pure play content, which is also engaging. And to my mind, this is a panacea for a lot of advertisers. This
In a world that is increasingly challenged by pressing environmental and social issues, the need to address sustainability goals has never been more urgent. As we strive to navigate the complexities of climate change, resource conservation, and social equality, it has become abundantly clear that women are at the forefront of this global effort. Their contributions, both in leadership and grassroots initiatives, are shaping the path towards a more sustainable future. This panel discussion on women powering sustainability goals seeks to recognize and celebrate these remarkable contributions and to shed light on the invaluable role that women play in driving change and fostering a sustainable world for generations to come. May I call upon stage Ms. Sudha Sadanand, Consulting Editor, News 9, to chair the session and invite our esteemed panelists.
Good evening, everybody. Requesting all of you to sit because it's an all-women panel. So too much power and too much beauty for all of you to, kind of really, you'll be dazzled. And I want all the women in the room to clap for your sisters here. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a great evening going ahead. Yeah? So let me first introduce. I'm very happy because, when we do news, I always tell my colleagues that I don't want an all-men's panel. It's so boring. Let's have all-women's panel. And it's such an interesting thing because we've all have our journeys, and I think the best part about us is we don't compete. We kind of stay with each other and share our experiences, and that's what is so fantastic about women. First up, let me introduce and call upon stage Jyoti Mayal, who's president of TIE and director of Iconic Experiences Show. Come on, Jyoti, you're needed, required on the stage right now. Come on. You're special. A woman, who actually exudes power and charm. There you are. And also the rest of the women. Ms. Rupinder Brar, Commissioner of Income Tax, Government of India. If I may please have Ms. Brar on stage, please. Dr. Jyotsna Suri, Chairperson and Managing Director of Bharat Hotels Limited. Barija Bajaj. And Shobha Rudra of Rare India. Requesting all my friends in the audience, please take a chair, sit down, because this is going to be a powered session, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies particularly. Come on, let's have a fantastic session now. Thank you so much. That we women play a very crucial role insofar as the effectiveness of sustainable development efforts or goals are concerned is a given. One needn't even kind of elaborate on that. We've arrived. But if you look at it from the prism of India, how far have we come? That's a challenge in most countries, and I just don't believe in developing countries, but also in developed countries. This is a narrative which is an ongoing narrative. So I would like to ask Jyoti, you first, that, how far has India come in this regard, so far as women are concerned about powering sustainability goals?
Thank you, but I think I was just coming in as a showpiece and sitting here. Because I wasn't even told. I've curated the whole thing, but I wasn't here. And I was not supposed to be here.
Look, the more the merrier. And I think, why it's wonderful just looking at you. So,
thank you. Well, I think India has moved. But not talking about only India, I think sustainability is the buzzword today. I don't know if it's fashionable or feasible, but it is there, and I think we need to work towards it. We are talking about sustainability every day, and I think all these women, beautiful women sitting here, making everyone's evening much better. I think we talk about sustainability more because I think sustainability starts from home for us. It's not about only getting to work and start getting into sustainability. But India is progressing fast. We've been hearing our Honorable Prime Minister say every day, we need to build on sustainable tourism, green investments, and so much and so forth. And I think it's time for us to all understand, and that's what I said in my opening address, that we need to understand where sustainability is moving, how we can adopt it, how we can really make it better, and no one better than them to say it, because we have a great hotelier sitting here who spent all her life there, and things have moved so much in hospitality. And that's making the progress of India much better. We have someone who's been in the tourism industry all her life. I mean, all her life means quite a few years. When we came to know her, I mean, that's part of our life. But she's been the face of tourism, where especially Ministry of Tourism was concerned. I think all sitting here can vouch for her that she was the one who started Dekho Apna Desh. And it was one of the most beautiful things that have ever been curated during COVID time. I think really a loud applause for her. Then of course we have Arja, who belongs to the industry. So all these women, and look at Shobha, she's been doing sustainability since so many years. She only actually supports the sustainable properties. She's a part of the growth. So I think we all are here sitting, and that's what India is about. And that is how we are progressing and moving forward. But I'm not going to speak more. I'll love to hear them because I've been here the whole day. But I just want to let it happen and then let the flow happen.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Dr. Suri, I want to ask you that, this is a question that perhaps, the thing is that when we get into fields which requires us to compete so far as examinations is concerned, Ms. Brar, I mean, particularly, whether it's the services, whether it's any industry. But when it comes to mainstreaming women into an industry like yours, talk about the challenges or the joys. Why challenges all the time? Joys.
You're so right. It is the joys, really, and we shouldn't look at it as challenges at all. I think that's the first step. Please don't look at it as a challenge. Because you are capable of doing it, and you can do it if you want to do it. The key question here is that, do you really want to do it? And if you do, then nothing can stop you, and so it's not a challenge anymore, and it becomes a joy. For our industry, coming back to our industry, it's a very male-dominated industry for sure, at the leadership roles. But a lot of a bulk of women are participating in this industry, whether it's in housekeeping, food and beverage service, etc., etc. So the challenge that comes in, if at all I call it a challenge, is that when you begin beautifully, and then the girl gets married, and then she has to sort of take a couple of days, a couple of years off. And during that time, her male colleagues kind of go forward. So she begins to feel, will I be able to cope up? But the truth is that we've had so many girls coming back to us, and believe me, they are at par with their male colleagues. All we need to do is to give them that environment, that nurturing environment, the acceptability, and of course, the support from home. Now, home makes a very, as Jyoti very correctly pointed out, when we talk of sustainability, it begins from home. Now, if we want to empower women, it begins from home. It is the people at home who support the woman and her career and help her come out of a sort of difficult phase. And once that is over, let me tell you that the sky is the limit. And I do not see that this industry will have any challenges for women going forward. I'm happy to say that 50% of my top leadership is women. So it's happening, and we're all ready to take it on, and we should take it on. And it's not a challenge, it's a joy.
It's a joy, yes. Why only talk about challenges? Fantastic. Rupinder Brar, I want to ask you this question. Just now Dr. Jyotsna Suri said, statistics say that, 87% of the top 500 companies led by a female reported profits above average. In contrast, only 78% of companies without a female CEO achieved the same level of success. Ouch. Feels very good. Again, joy. So I want to ask you, Rupinder, that there's been a change, of course, and I refuse to believe that, the change has not been there. It's there for all of us to see. Tell me the style or the culture of a company or a culture of a system. How does it get impacted, again, in a positive way, very biased time, when there are women involved in a particular system like, let's say, yours?
Thanks for that question and also for the wonderful statistics. As a woman, obviously there is a bias.
Yes.
So I would also therefore like to see the database that you've used, because in some ways I think we still have miles to go in really empowering women up there. But yes, having said that, I think the society all across, not just in India but all over, is coming to a realization that the EQ part of it particularly is more balanced off when you have a lady at the helm of affairs. Earlier, all across, again, and we're not just restricting ourselves to India on that, the number of women who would be given an opportunity, because patriarchy as a system is not just an Indian thing. It's been there in Japan, it's been there in America, it's been there in Europe, it's been there all over. And in fact, in India, I think we've been faster in terms of leapfrogging and providing those opportunities to the women also. But what is depicted as of now, and from whatever little that I can understand, is that women tend to have more capacity to multitask. That definitely helps. They also have the capacity to be more empathetic. And as the world is moving away from looking at balance sheets only as pure numbers and is looking actually at human development in a more comprehensive manner, I can only wager a guess that probably women are just doing that a bit better. Not to take away from the men. The men have contributed hugely to the success of many corporations. And also not to say that empathy or warmth or the EQ can be less in any man. It's not really a gender thing at the end of it, but in the way that stereotypes have been built by societies all over, where it was like, I mean, something as simple as that, oh, men don't cry, you're sissy, you know? So I think we as a society are equalizing more.
Right.
Where men can be from Venus and women can be from Mars, right? So I think as we move together as men and women, we are looking at corporations overall looking at results in a very comprehensive manner.
Right. Shobha, I want to ask you that there's been a great progress so far as women is concerned, and it has to do with the Women's Reservation Bill. You know the history of it. You know, for years and years it was stymied. A lot of political parties said nay when, you know, it was decided that we shall introduce it. How do you think it's going to impact so far as women's role in sustainable goals is concerned, the Women's Reservation Bill?
I'm not really sure if the reservation bill percolates. The idea behind the need or the necessity or the importance of a reservation bill percolates all the way down to the areas or the segments where women work. Women work right from the top to all the way down to the bottom, down to, if you speak about our industry, we are looking at women in remote areas, in smaller hotels, in smaller communities, where they are also taking up, I won't say leadership position, but responsible positions. I think it is, I would look at this as something moving upwards, like at a community level, the community supporting the woman, whether it comes in at a reservation or even in a small conflict where the community supports the woman, in a hotel scenario or in a homestay scenario or in a small boutique hotel scenario, where a woman is empowered to come and work and express herself freely, given the choice to, you know, I mean, even if it is difficult at times for her to take off or to move into other position of work, I think that is where empowerment for women begins. Because reservations and all are kind of a little, I mean, how does it impact the women at the bottom?
Yeah.
Well, for us, I mean, in the urban scenarios, in the educated communities, and all of us who are working, of course, it is something that we can talk very proudly about. I was in the UK, and people talked about the suffragette movement and what is, you know, and the whole reservation bill that's been talked about just now.
Right.
But I feel this, for women to be empowered, it'll take more than a bill.
Yeah,
It'll take
okay.
parents to start thinking like that. It'll take siblings. It'll needs workforce. I mean, your work environment has to start empowering that woman to say,
Right.
your word matters. Your
Right.
word counts.
Yeah. Varija, I mean, I wanted to, because I have that question with me. You know, I just find this entire argument of us multitasking now a bit tiresome, because, you know, then it's expected that you can actually pet your dog with your foot on the phone, tell the cook, make fish today, okay? And tell your husband, I love you so much. And, you know, you're doing all sorts of things. We all do it. But the point is that it's also taken for granted to a great extent. I want to ask you, she spoke about communities, about families. It's very, very important. Don't you think that the community, the family, the relationships that we all forge, it could be colleagues, it could be anything else, they all need to look a little differently so far as women are concerned, and give them the space and the freedom to fly and soar? Because there are still lots of reading between lines about how you can stop them from not doing what they wish to do.
Such a beautifully curated question. I think it hits the chord of every woman here. You know, I've always felt the bullet never asks the soldier whether you're a man or a woman, nor does the work. So when you're at the workplace, what matters is what you're delivering. And I think when I interview people, it doesn't matter. Of course, I do consider all the constraints that women are coming with. You know, 2 decades ago, if a woman was stepping out to work, people raised their eyebrows. What has changed today is that today, if a woman is not working, there are certain eyebrows that are being raised. So, having said that, I also feel, coming back to your question, I feel that हमारी सोसाइटी को पता ही नहीं है कि कैसे होता है जब औरत घर के बाहर जाके काम करती है. So a lot of times that a man of the house or the in-laws or the parents, they do not know. I think it's an equal responsibility of a woman to co-educate them. I come from a family where the women of the family didn't work. I don't blame them. I had a lot of resistance. I come from a city called Agra. I did my schooling there. And my parents started looking out for a boy when I was in my 12th standard. I had to tell them, no, I want to study. I came to Delhi. I pushed them to let me go to Bombay Xavier's. I pushed them to let me go to UK to study. And I finally got married when I was 29. And there was a lot of resistance. I opened a lot of doors for my younger siblings and cousins. But I had to co-educate my parents because they had never seen a woman working. So I don't blame them. They're coming from an environment where the woman steps out of the house when there's a financial crisis. So I think it's an equal onus to every woman here, to whoever has achieved or whoever has been there, done that, to co-educate, because you are also not responsible for just your own life, but for the whole next generation. I mean, the next generation of cousins, they have a ball because I've opened doors for them. So you're also responsible for the next generation of women who are viewing you and watching you.
Right. I know, Jyoti, that you wanted to, like you said, that I'm supposed to curate it, but I'm going to ask you this. You know, when JRD Tata started the first airline, and I remember I edited his book, and I remember his biographer telling me that he made a list of what all works in this airlines and what all doesn't. Of course, he had an entire crew of only women. You know, Sabina Merchant was training them to speak and walk, because this was the first time experience. All were women. And according to Mr. Tata, if there was one thing that made women achieve their goals, it was attention to detail. He said, men can't do it. It's not, the species is different. Tell us, what kind of experiences have you found when you've worked with women colleagues? Anything which actually stands out?
Let me tell you this, that the women, anyway, I think, like Rupinder just said, multitask. They are used to seeing things at every nook and corner. I'm sure it's not the men who find the dust in the corner of the house. It's we who find it, and we tell our servants off. So this is the detailing that we go into our houses, and that's how we bring it to the entire business structure. But also I would say this, I think it's time for us women to stand together to empower women. Somehow, sometimes I feel it's the women who pulls the woman down also, at times. I think we should be standing together to bring the woman out and say that you are empowered with our power to move forward. Because why are we actually, I'm sorry, there are a lot of men here, they may not like it, but why do we always subjugate to something that the man says and not really bother when a woman says that to us? You know, we take it very easy. So there are a lot of things that needs to see that, and I've seen that. I don't want to pinpoint things happening, but I've seen that happen. Another thing which I would like to focus on, and a little bit deviating from your question, you know, when a woman goes to work, she does her work very meticulously, she does it beautifully, but she doesn't speak about it. You know, it's time for us to be vocal about what we are doing, because that's what's going to make us come more forward. The men are always talking all over and saying, hey, we've done this. How many times have you ever heard the women say it very, very loudly? There could be a few, of course, but how many times do you see a woman say loudly that, I did this? She'll always stand behind the man and say, "Theek hai, maine bhi ye kiya." So I think there are a lot of things that we need to change to actually do the growth. Just to go back a bit, because I have got this opportunity, I'm going to say it again. When I became the president of the Travel Agents Association of India, which was like 5 years back, I mean, I'm the second president in Thai to be a woman. The first one was literally like 20 years back, and there was been no woman president in Thai. Why? Is that the women are not coming in front, or is it something else? So these are things that we actually get into detailing and see how they can come in front. And when I became the president, my first goal was that I need to open a women's cell. And that's what I did. I started Women in Thai and Tourism called WIT. Rupinder was part of one of the first events actually, and we supported the women and started coming out. And so these are very small things, but we need to do them. And we need to and talk about it loudly that we've done it, so that more women get more confidence in themselves to speak out on what they are doing. And that's what it is. Of course, meticulous, like you said, the women are very meticulous, because that's where the generation is now coming up. I mean, the generation that's actually, you know, we are educating is the women who are always with them and educating, putting the right culture, the right, you know, whatever they need to, the right, कहते हैं, जो हमारे संस्कार हैं, हम डाल रहे हैं अपने. Men don't have the time. The women will go to work, but she'll come back and do that.
Yes.
So I think that is what we need to take.
Right. And you know, taking from there, Dr. Suri, I want to ask you that I really protested during one of the conferences, because it's always me, us. We are asked, what do you do about life-work balance? No man is ever asked that question. Men, are you asked that question? Never, na? It's only us. We are asked that question. How do you balance between life and work? I mean, we do talk about it. Do you think that I think it's still very much there. It's like we have to wear like a badge on our chest. I resent that, because I think that we are much better in what we do. What do you have to say to that?
So we are asked about the work-life balance because we are the ones who are actually balancing it. The men are not balancing it. That's why we are asked that question. Which brings us back to the same point about multitasking. I know you don't like that word, but the truth of the matter is that women are capable of multitasking. I've seen very few men who can actually do it. So the dust in the corner of the house, then going out and doing your work, all of that is happening because I think it is, it's nature that women are capable of multitasking, and that's why we are the ones who have to figure out the work-life balance. And we can do it. We've done it. We've proved it again and again. And things are getting a lot better. Yes, you don't like the idea of being questioned that again and again, but I think times have changed and things are a lot better. People are more accepting, and as she very rightly said, now there are a couple of eyebrows raised. if there is a smart young woman just sitting at home and doing nothing, as against the other way around when she would step out for work. It will take a long time, certainly it will, but I have to say that in India, we are progressing very fast. In fact, you find more women in leadership roles than you do in the West.
Right.
I don't know very many women who are sitting at the top of hospitality chains, for example.
Right.
And we've got a couple of us sitting here.
Right.
Talking about presidentship, FICCI, it's almost almost a 100-year-old body, and has had only 3 women presidents. I was the second one, Naina being the first, and Sangeeta Reddy being the third. But we were there, and we were very well accepted. Our colleagues accepted us very well, and we all performed our role as presidents with absolute confidence and grace. In fact, we brought in that little element of color, which is always so boring. You enter a room, and there's all the men sitting in black or dark blue, and you walk in, like a riot of color, and everyone notices you. So we're there, we have arrived, and we will continue to do the work-life balance. The men may learn a little bit from us at some point of time, and maybe they'll also start striking a balance in their lives very soon.
Inshallah to that. Rupinder, I want to ask you, the thing is, the elephant in the room is about biases. If you look at it, I mean, it's statistics, it's data. I'm not saying it, but I read through last night about what there's a UN report say about India. Apart from other things, it also says that, women are not in fields like, let's say, environmental science or R&D or, roles like that. In a lot of industries, and I don't want to name them, but you don't see women where you're crunching beans, you're crunching numbers, you're there who's making a change. It's a fact, there is data on that. Yes, women are in leadership positions. What do you think is the reason for that? Is it that ingrained patriarchy? Is it about less opportunity because there are enough opportunities? Is it about more doors which need to be opened, Rupinder? What do you think it is?
I think what you are touching basically is a representation of the social evolution on how we as a humanity are thinking about it. And as I said in my earlier answer also, I think it's not just about us, it's about the world, the way the structures, if you look back at the Paleolithic age, Stone Age, and if you look at the entire anthropological work, there was a very sharp divide between the hunter, which is the man, and a caregiver at home. And probably there was nothing derogatory in that structure. It was the way it was because you had to go hunting. That was the only way you got food. You were foraging for food. Over a period of time, the way it evolved, and it evolved as a very watertight kind of a compartment where women were supposed to be home and men would go outside, bread and butter, fend, etc., etc., etc. Now, different societies, and let me also nuance it a little further for you, that when we sit here in Hyatt Regency and we belong to a certain socio-economic segment, my concerns and your concerns are completely different from a woman who is right now in the forest and doing all the gathering and picking, and she and her concerns and her rights and her duties are quite different from what I have. And even when we therefore talk of multitasking, to which also I'd like to spend a moment on explaining on how it's a strength. The multitasking that she is doing there, she is at times also killing an animal which will be turning into dinner in the night. She is also smoking a bidi or a hookah. If you go to Haryana, all the women will support the largest hookahs in the house belong to the dadi over there, which is looked down upon in the cities here, right? You're like, oh, no, this is not what good women do, right? So I think when you look at questions that are expression of society, you have to look at a lot of nuanced things on which part of society are we talking about.
Right.
So that's one. I would want to just take a minute on the multitasking bit because I think everyone has said, and you also remarked on it. I think Now, again, in multitasking, when we say a woman multitasks, it's not just about balancing between the kitchen and the children and the workplace. Within a workplace, and you said CEOs are women. In an office, if you have to be a CEO, you have to multitask. Otherwise, you're just a CFO. You can be a COO. You can be a finance person. If you have, it's a strength that women have.
Right.
And we need to preserve that strength. I don't think we should shy away from the ability to wear different hats, which I think all of us very proudly wear. That should not be lost. Men are very unilateral, and I do not see any strength in trying to become like a man and becoming unilateral. I think it is my strength as a woman that I can be a mother, I can be a boss in the office, I can talk to everybody in their way they are. And I think as women we should preserve that and not lose it just because we want to be like the men. Let the men learn from us on how to multitask. Yeah, so that's my one bit on that part.
Shobha Rudra, I want to ask you that you spoke about communities, about societies. She also spoke about it, Varija. I just want you to, what's that one thing which you think communities or societies or groups in India need to do to make it better, or rather felicitate so that women can achieve sustainable goals with more efficiency than ever before? What is that one hurdle that you see?
So one of the things I believe is that it's the woman who legitimizes all these patriarchal attitudes. It is a woman who says, "Oh, ghunga tod lo," and all. I see this all over the place. These things, you might call it patriarchy, but they are actually put forward and instituted by the women as sister-in-laws, as mother-in-laws, and even as mothers. That is where the problem lies. If your mother tells you, this is how you have to be, aapke zehen mein baith jata hai, this is how you grow up. You start believing this is the truth. And this whole thing about multitasking, I have another. It is okay not to be, everybody is not cut in the same cloth. Some women might not want to work. It is okay. The point is about choice. It is allowing the woman to have the choice she wants to make. And that choice comes from the time she grows up as a little girl, is somebody's friend, is between friends who are boys. It is okay for that child or woman to be who she wants to be. And I think that is where constantly I see, I have two daughters who are, one of them is going to get married, and I don't see this change.
Right.
There is somebody who will say, don't be like this. Somebody else is looking. Instead of standing up and saying, do what you want, it's all right, I'm with you.
Right, okay.
Instead of doing that, asking you to do something because that society or that family is not going to accept it or is not liking it. And now it is even worse because you're out there on social media. So that is where, and it is everybody's, also mine, as somebody who wants to make my own choices, I have to have a big voice. It is also everybody around that woman has to support her, to believe in her choice and to implement her choice.
Completely run out of time. Varija, I have to ask you one question. And the thing is, quickly, if you could tell me that, don't you think that the choices are very varied now, and it's a fantastic world for young women, because you see RJs, you see disc jockeys, you see, I just met a wonderful woman who actually drives a ferry in Goa and says that I took it up from my father because I want to do it. So don't you think it's looking fantastic for all the young women out there now compared to every generation, which is 6 years and above?
Absolutely, and I think the onus goes to the society that we live in, which is evolving, constantly evolving and giving those choices to women. UN talks about the SDG goals and talks about gender equality. What they're trying to say is not that the woman has to become a man and the man has to become a woman. No, the women have to take pride in what they do and stand up for the women that what they are. I mean, I am a fashion designer. I have an apparel brand that works on workwear for women. Forever, workwear for women was aped from what men used to wear. So all the international, see all the women sitting here, they're all wearing Indian clothes, and they all are working women because that's the true expression of their identity. Why don't we have brands around which showcase Indian women the way they are rather than asking them to become men and wear the boring colors, like you said, blue, black, and brown, because they don't represent us. So I think times have changed, and I'm very hopeful. I think also designers like us, we didn't do much in representing women the way they are. We wanted them to become men. I mean, we have international brands that ask women to wear blazers, skirts, pants, and shirts. But if you go to Chandni Chowk for a meeting, what would you wear? If you're going in a rickshaw, if you're traveling by metro in India, what would you wear? I am also an interior designer. As an architect, I'm working in a labor-intensive environment. What would I wear? Will I wear a skirt and a blazer to work? Not quite. So I think it's very important for each one of us here to represent women the way they are and make them comfortable in their own shoes than forcing them to become men. Because that's not what was planned. That was not planned by nature.
Such a beautiful thought that, and thank you very much, all of you lovely women here. Varija, Dr. Suri, it was such a pleasure. Rupinder, Shobha, and Jyoti. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the session. Even if you don't, please clap.
Thank you so much. This session was sponsored by Visa.
I was told by him, so go on, say it.
Thank you for the wonderful session, Sudhaji, and our wonderful panelists. What a way to end our sessions. Thanks to Visa for sponsoring the session. And may I please call upon Mr. Raktim Das, Chief Growth Officer, TV9 Network, and Mr. Chandar Mansharmani, Director, TIAS, to please come and felicitate our wonderful panelists. Mr. Chandar, request you to please stay on stage. Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Mr. Chandar, request you to please stay on stage to deliver the evaluation of discussions.
Sorry, sir.
No, no, not at all.
Women were just,
No, no,
forgot.
very interesting.
Thank you so much.
I had some comments.
Good evening, friends. What a great day. Hearing top professionals of the industry sharing their views, not only on iconic experiences, but also we in the tourism industry enhance sustainable business growth by exceeding customers' expectations and offering sustainable, ethical, and socially responsible tourism. Today, if you look at the luxury market, India is one of the fastest growing luxury market in the world. The size of the Indian luxury market is expected to grow from current US dollar 30 billion to more than 200 billion in 2030. India's 50 billion wedding industry is expected to be over 70 million by 2025. The wellness market currently stands as 1.5 billion with an annual growth of 10%. The MICE industry, which was valued at $215 million, with an annual growth of 10%. Friends, I have been requested to sum up today's proceeding. It'll take me another one day to sum up, but I'll be very brief on that. Jyoti has been talking about... Yeah, you're a woman, I know it. Jyoti has been talking about expressing her experiences which goes with all segments, tourism, wellness, MICE, and wedding. Today, her dream has come true. Truly, she is the truly architect of today's event. Congratulations, Jyoti. Are you hearing? Jyoti? Should I repeat? Jyoti has been talking about experiences which goes with all the segment of tourism, wellness, and MICE and wedding. Today, her dream has come true. She is the truly architect of today's event. Congratulations to Jyoti and our entire team in TIS. In the morning, we had this session on wellness. There is no doubt that when you hear from spiritual leaders and gurus, you get regenerated. India has fully tapped the potential of wellness system developed through centuries wisdom of their civilization. Today, India has positioned itself as a center of Ayurvedic, yoga, naturopathy, together with the spiritual philosophy, and has become the integral part of the Indian way of life. Acharya in the morning was said very rightly, Tandurusti, body, mind, soul, and spirituality. It is a true message for all of us. The Saudi presentation was an excellent presentation. I'm sure most of us must have in mind for the Saudi as a next destination. We talk about not so naughty. Yes, it is not so naughty, but it's emerging as a billion-dollar industry. India is a country known for its rich culture, heritage, tradition, and has witnessed remarkable transformation in the key wedding. The weddings are celebrated. India's love for fairy tale wedding has made a billion-dollar industry. Luxury in air, I'm sure we will all agree, luxury is an emotion, which is one of the speakers has said in the morning. We in the industry need to work on that. MICE, we spoke about MICE. In today's world of international conferences, have become an indispensable feature, increasing interdependence among nations. Progress in science and technology, medicine, communication, and the world travel have made meeting and exchange of ideas imperative. MICE mantra after G20 success, not only we were able to showcase the world-class infrastructure, but also our professional capability to host such international events. We are sure it will give us a big boost to our convention industry and help us in economic growth. We in the convention industry very strongly believe the MICE is not an industry, it's an economic activity. Women power sustainability goals, which we had the last session, is another area we talked about. It's rapidly changing global scenario. Women empowerment has emerged as a beacon of progress, equality, and sustainable development. Worldwide, women are breaking barriers and reshaping the societies and cultures. They are assuming leadership roles, challenging stereotype, and contributing to innovation and prosperity. Yes, economic growth of any country for that matter can only be achieved by offering a transformative platform for women entrepreneurs to empower them to succeed and make lasting impact on the world luxury services. We, I am sure, are moving towards that. Friends, at the iconic experience in show is going to be one of the kind platform where luxury offering and wedding, wellness, technology, hotels, conferences, and will be showcased in their most extravagant form, promising you an experience of lifetime, an iconic experience indeed. We look forward to welcoming you to the show tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chandar. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this remarkable event, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your presence, participation, and support. Today, we witnessed a truly inspiring and enriching experience, and it wouldn't have been possible without your valuable contributions. I want to express our profound appreciation to our distinguished speakers, panelists, who graced us with their wisdom, insights, and talents. Your presence has truly elevated this event to an extraordinary level, and your words and performances will continue to resonate with us. After a day-long series of engaging panel discussions, let us now unwind with a musical medley. Can we please start with this?